Friends, today there is a unique opportunity for everyone to once again plunge into the holiday of real joy and creation, to see how it was, to feel the atmosphere of interaction and love in action. Perhaps this will inspire you to new feats, to new ideas, because every step forward towards freedom and love for all people is a feat. Victor, we will go through each editions of the Kaleidoscope of Fact that took place in 2021. Listen to our organizers, participants who took part in various fields and stages of preparation of these editions. You will see that it's not difficult to join these broadcasts, training and technical support, because some of these early broadcasts were really limited in technical capabilities of the streaming platform, and now with many new participants we gain more experience on our Kaleidoscope Effect, and that's very good that a lot of people came, and we can expand our skills, and now both in independent work and interaction with others, and each participant sees and lives by this from personal experience that when we are together there is really nothing is impossible. And if you have already participated in broadcasts, or if you have not participated, we'll invite you to an amazing world where you can really understand interesting topics together and have fun, acquire necessary skills, and realize the goals of spreading knowledge. So join, please. Let's get started and turn to the trailer for January 8th issue of Kaleidoscope of Facts, Perspective of Civilization, which was organized by participants from the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Colombia, and Spain. Please.
Civilization. Can we consider our society to be civilized? The world has come to a verge. The situation is serious. The only way out is evolutionary quantum leap. Leap from doom of consumer society into a whole new format. Creative society. What are the three conditions to become a civilization?
First one is unification. The second one is the absence of a tyrant, meaning a tsar, a king, no matter what we call him. And the third mandatory condition is possession of free energy. That's when a civilization begins to develop.
Learn more about what are prospects of civilization development in the creative society in live broadcast Kaleidoscope of Facts. Human life is the highest value. Life without wars. Ecology restoration. Benefits for a human in various fields of existence. Instantaneous solution of all material problems. Possession of free energy. Physics of the future. Manipulation with microparticles and management of micro-world. Manipulating matter. Wasteless production. Instant healing of human body. Prolongation of human life beyond the usual lifespan. Non-invasive cosmetic corrections of human body. Almost immediate acquiring of skills on professional levels. Highly developed technologies. Flights to other galaxies. Colonization of new planets. Super civilization. And what if all this is just a beginning? We invite experts, scientists from different fields of science, researchers and bloggers for joint research. And together, we will be able to find answers to these and other questions. It is time to bring the truth back to the people. March 13th of 2021, 8th International Online Conference, Prospects of Civilization. within the framework of the unique, which is like no other in the world.
Greetings, dear friends. I congratulate you on the holiday of spring and, above all, spring in the soul. I would like to share my experience of being part of the organizing team, the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Prospects of Civilization. It was our first experience as organizers when the Czech, Slovak, and Spanish team took the responsibility of organizing the conference. So, what insights and experience came to me during this participation? The team is very important. It is the core, the basis which gives an impulse and a vector of movement to all the directions of the project. And how smoothly and synchronously the team of organizers works, how clearly we see the goal, and how clearly the communication of the team is established, depends on how the whole project works and develops and what the end result will be afterwards. And in order for the team to work as a single organism, it is the contribution and work on each participant of the project what is important. You know, it is like in our body, every cell must perform the task responsibly and at 100% in order for the whole organism to work efficiently. So, at first, there were difficulties. For example, the organizers spoke Czech, Slovak, Spanish, but many other participants only just spoke French. But what I understood, if you have just desire to work together and to create together, then there is a way out, so we can solve anything. Another just personal experience, I wanted just to have time to manage to do everything, but the amount of work was so great that I just realized that even if I didn't eat or didn't have enough time for sleep, well, I wouldn't have enough time to do all the things. And then I began to see more of the just great guys in the team and what talents the guys have, how many great ideas and simple solutions come to us together, and how easy actually and just great to work together. And you realize that we are like extensions and so to say additions to each other, right? To support, to pick up, to help each other. It's natural for human nature, right? And it's like the left hand helps the left hand when one cannot cope. Of course, well, we can do anything better and we can do it just more perfect. But that's the point, to grow and develop spiritually together, to set the bar, so to say, high and successfully overcome difficulties together on the way to the common goal. And this experience of an organizer shows that how many excellent, responsible people there are in the team, how we are able to work in synchronization, what a huge untapped, so to say, not fulfilled potential we have. And I would like to tell you with confidence that humanity has great prospects for development. You can hardly imagine how great they are. Prospects. And I like the guy's comments that, yeah, we have great prospects in ways, but with such a team we can do everything and even more, I'm sure. So I wish you and everyone to feel inspired and creative ideas in your soul. Dear friends, now I give the floor to Slovakia. Thank you. A wonderful day to everyone. A kaleidoscope of facts is a huge research project. In some kaleidoscopes, I have been involved only in searching for information. Some as a speaker and once as an organizer. I joined for the first time Kaleidoscope of Facts number 8 perspectives of civilization, which we co-organized as Czechoslovakia. It was a big challenge. We went through a lot of material. Many people joined. And we collected so much material that the kaleidoscope of facts lasted almost 12 hours, and you didn't use everything. And you still didn't use all the materials. What inspires me about kaleidoscope of facts is the number of people involved. The vast amount of information that is processed, sorted, confirmed and refuted. Because many of us are not experts, we are not scientists, still we are people who seek the truth and want to bring the truth to other people. And we have found that all the information is basically accessible. It is published somewhere. We are not inventing anything new. Everything can be found and confirmed. Probably the last time I studied and searched so intensively in the sources was when I was writing my thesis, and that was a long time ago. It was much more complicated then, because there was no internet. The workshop, which was prepared by participants who had already had experience from previous kaleidoscope of facts, helped me a lot in my search for information. I learned a lot of new things, what information to look for, where to look for it, how to verify it, which sources to use. Also, the automatic translator is a great help, because a lot of good information is in other world languages. So this artificial intelligence is a great tool, because it has happened to me that I have found information in French, and without the help of artificial intelligence, I would not have been able to get to it. The cooperation between people also inspires me. We all have our moods, ideas and views of the world, but when we have a common goal, we can agree and prepare the best. I also had the experience as a speaker when I joined Kaleidoscope of Facts later. I got information on the topic, which was a huge help. It also shows excellent cooperation, that there were people who were looking for and collecting information in advance. I made a speech out of it, but even then, it meant that I had to understand the subject. So I sat over the videos, watched the videos with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov around, and read the information. And thank you very much, because I got new understanding. It was such a wow effect for me, and that's when I realized that this very subject had brought me great benefit and confirmation on my spiritual path. So, I thank you very much for this Kaleidoscope of Facts program. Even though the consciousness screams, no, you have a lot, family, work, creative society again. I have joined to the preparation of the upcoming Kaleidoscope of Facts 20, Immortality in the Body or Eternal Life, and I am looking forward to it. Thank you very much.
Kaleidoscope of Fact is a great opportunity to understand deeper the knowledge that has been given to us in the books by Anastasia Novich and programs by Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. In particular, how participation in Kaleidoscope Fact helped me is when choosing a topic. For example, I had a topic synchronization, and I was looking for a phenomenon in the nature so that I could compile the speech, and by reading various articles from speakers, scientists, and etc., I was able to comprehend more deeper the importance of this phenomenon of synchronization of people. So this is point A. Point B is that participation in this program is a great work on oneself, where a speech needs to be accommodated to, let's say, an entire to the topic of an entire block, and it requires a lot of adjustments. Let's say we prepare a speech, and then you find out that other speaker prepares a speech, and then you need to communicate so that you don't mention basically the same facts. On the other hand, let's say when the speakers go after each other, there needs to be a certain smoothness or a continuity ensured, and so it's very important to communicate with the team. And basically what we can see in almost each kaleidoscope of facts is a great work done by a group of people. One other experience in the preparation of Kaleidoscope of Facts is that one learns to compile a thought in the shortest possible time so that the people can understand, taking into consideration the length of the broadcast and the count of participants. It is essential to try to be most efficient and try to capture a topic within the least possible time. So this is a very good exercise how to interpret a thought in the shortest and most understandable way.
Greetings, friends. It's always good to be here. Last year passed very quickly with 4 conferences and a massive kaleidoscope of facts. There is always a lot of work hidden behind each kaleidoscope, and it's always interesting to participate. Lots of new information is revealed. A person always comes across something different that explains the mass of other questions you didn't even think about before. Or maybe you did, but didn't have the answers. This information is important for all people, as they may have same questions and no answers. And since you have no answers, you're just guessing, falling into assumptions, and making wrong conclusions. And then you can choose the path that you would otherwise not choose. During the work on preparing the kaleidoscope, well, basically any conference, we have a lot of calls where the ideas are discussed. There are organizational calls, as well as calls within the groups dealing with individual topics. Discussions and calls are very important because first, it motivates you, and second, there are always many ideas on how to make it even better. Then on the other hand, you need to coordinate with other people who are working on the other parts of the kaleidoscope, technical parts, voiceovers, videos, and all these kind of stuff. I remember when working on Kaleidoscope of Facts about prospects of civilization, it was exciting to search the technologies mentioned in the video with Igor Mikhailovich. We were trying to find out which technologies we have already and which technologies our ancestors already had, and we don't have them now. One would never think about including fairy tales into the research, but it appeared that many of them are not just fairy tales. People in today's society are often preoccupied with everyday problems at work, home, etc. Basically, it is nothing more than the distraction from the system. And here, Latra knowledge helps you understand what is really important in life. It helps you stay focused on that inner feeling of love with the spiritual world. That is the way how we can communicate with the spiritual world, through deep feelings, and then everything is so clear and understandable. And then all the work goes very easy and smoothly. There are a lot of voiceovers, for example, that needs to be done for the videos that will be used in Kaleidoscope. So the cooperation is wonderful. And besides a lot of work, there is always a lot of fun. And all of a sudden, you see and perceive everyone as your relatives, as you are a member of one family, a humanity. So, thank you for being able to participate.
At different times, prophets came. They spoke of the truth, taught love for one God and love for each other, and called people to live in peace and creation. For thousands of years, there existed religions based on these grains of the truth, but there is no peace among people. Humanity fights for the epithets of one and the same God and undergoes a spiritual crisis. We are divided, and we exist according to the friend or foe principle. Why has this happened? We will present historical facts on how the knowledge was lost and distorted, how scriptures were compiled, and what substitutions were introduced in religious sources. We will talk solely about the truth. Join on April 13, 2021 on Alatra TV channel Kaleidoscope of Facts, the Truth and Chaff. Initiated by the movement participants from Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья! Очень рада вас приветствовать сегодня.
Glad to see you today. My name is Camila. At the beginning of 2021, I had a honor and responsibility to participate as an organizer of the 9th edition of the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Truth and Tears.
Этот калейдоскоп фактов был инициирован участниками из Казахстана, Kyrgyzstan.
The Kaleidoscope of Facts was issued by participants from Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and I, like many of the participants today, had absolutely no experience. In the beginning, I kept thinking, where are you going? You don't know anything. You can't do anything, but I decided just to do whatever I can. And when everyone in a team does the best they can, then the final overall effect we get isn't expected even for ourselves. Because this cohesion around one idea, responsibility that you honestly take on as a part of the team and execute, it really works wonders. Another a very important point, the Kaleidoscope of Facts is a unique project where each topic is considered comprehensively and holistically in a historical, scientific and social context. Immersing yourself in this training, you kind of go through an experience training and you get a holistic and comprehensive understanding of the essence of the topic. at hand. And I want to express my gratitude for the opportunity to participate in a project of AllatTribe began, as nowhere else I would have had such an incredible opportunity to gain skills in writing scripts, in writing speeches, and even more to gain experience as a presenter. The most important thing is the people, the communication and interaction with the people who are open, sincere, and most importantly, selfishly acting for the good of others. For the good of others. This is such a joy and inspiration that is impossible to express in words. So when you do the things for others, you feel full with joy. And I would like to give a floor to
Спасибо большое.
Greetings, dear friends. Today I would like to share with you my experience when I took part in the kaleidoscope of facts. And now I'll note all those aspects that I have noticed from the side of my consciousness. That is, the manifestation of consciousness, the patterns of consciousness, which manifested themselves in all their glory. The sense of responsibility that should arise when you perform an action, when you take on some activity. You really must have a sense of deep responsibility for what you are doing. More than once I noticed that my consciousness substitutes a sense of responsibility with a sense of some kind of pride, with a sense of some kind of pridefulness. My consciousness has often taken a hostile view of the actions and deeds of other people, participants in the project, patterns about which I even didn't suspect surfaced. But thanks, of course, to the knowledge we have, thanks to AllatTribe, it was possible to analyze, read out, and understand that this is an amazing opportunity. Our project is for in-depth work on ourselves, and it's very important that thanks to work in the projects, you find out new and new patterns. But the basic knowledge that you have allows you to identify them. This or that pattern simply disappears, and you get rid of a certain burden, and it becomes easier for you to breathe. Work in kaleidoscope of facts fills you with great love to people with whom you are working. Because of the manifestation of patterns and this opportunity to clean them out. And you get to that kind of pure and light which unites you with people in this development. And quicker movement towards God, towards discovering this love within yourself. We begin to force our consciousness to go deeper into research. That once you do overcome the moment of forcing it to sit down, let's say, for sources, in the end you find that very zest, it becomes clear that it is information which would help a human reveal the true self, which helps all of us in general to understand what we are here for, and it helps us interact with each other in the right way. It's just what we have, it's fragmented. Actually, this is what Igor Mikhailovich was talking about. We will actually be able to find confirmation of the information that is presented today in the books by Anastasia Novych. And this research gives us the opportunity to overcome doubt. We're helping the whole world to find true information. We're helping the creative process that is happening right now. We're helping each other to unite. There is an amazing energy of love coming out of every release. So each human brings their own particle of warmth and love. It's going on invisibly, but it's really a process of spiritualization, of such enthusiasm, and it's constant. Yes, it's difficult. Yes, time zones are different. When you might not get there, somebody has, let's say, 12 p.m. and you have 4 a.m. there, for example. But it's a fascinating process, this unification of people, even in one call. has an amazing value and impact. It's an inner flight, guys. It's very hard to put into words. I'm more than sure that the guys who take part in the project feel this. The most important thing there is the interaction. There is the interaction of hearts. There is an interaction of close people. There is an interaction on the inner level. But behind this work, is a tremendous work of self-discovery. I would put it this way. I would like to wish everyone to take the step toward themselves. For projects, it all works together. You just have to force yourself a little bit. It is extremely difficult to take the first step, but if you do, you will start to get to know yourself. I just want to say thank you all so much for being here. We may not even fully realize how much we are helping each other, guys, to come together more and more, just to discover this global unification based on Allatra, on the basis of love which God has given us. Thank you.
Здравствуйте, друзья!
Greetings, friends. The more you know yourself, your spiritual nature, personality, the more you understand the essence of the other person. While participating in Kaleidoscope of Facts, I learned this moment that Allah is with each of us. Allah is love. And during the interaction and synchronization between people, this love is manifested even more. Allah communicates with us, with each of us at the same time, teaching us according to our personality's maturity. In the project, you just feel and know how to act in spite of obstacles from consciousness. The kaleidoscope of facts creates the condition when each individual learns to love. Each participant takes different steps of participating in a project. For example, to declare your intention to participate in a project, to begin a search, write the speech according to material you have found, write a speech based on the material, accept readings for the speech, and act as a speaker. And this external action set the stage for each person to develop eternally. As a team, each participant become an important part of the larger process. We weren't shy about asking each other for help. It brought us together even more. Knowing the system could knock any participants out of the project, problems at work, health, family, and so on, we were ready for this, supported, took the initiative, and took on other people's tasks. We helped it any way we could. It turned out to be quite easy. The most important thing that I noted for myself, and all participants confirmed this, that one could always, at all stages of preparation of the event, feel a great support of the spiritual world. Often it seems that everything is falling apart, and then we had no time for anything, but deep down inside was amazingly quiet and calm. And there was the full confidence that everything would be good and everything would be turned out as it should and in time. And the main thing is to listen closely to your soul. Of course, each team member is different, but the common cause depends on everyone's efforts, where the moment when the person falls out of the process of participation in the project, of what a joy it was for the whole team when the guys having overcome the obstacles. During the preparation process, I observed that the more cohesive we acted and the greater response between us there was, if you compare it to the initial stages. At the final stage, when the speeches are already forming literally before our eyes, the whole big international team merged into the single team stream of love, the friendship, and mutual aid. An interesting phenomenon occurs. Those guys who have not yet fully understood how to write their steer of the whole team, they instantly come up with ideas how to begin their speeches. They work on the external level is in a full swing, preparing reports, selecting pictures and videos, and with the inner eye you observe the beauty of the human soul, how in the same breath of love people are doing good deeds, telling others about the truth, and then everything grows exponentially. And we merge into swift flow of love and sweeps away all the obstacles from the path, flying towards God, live broadcasting. The kaleidoscope of facts is a huge canvas on which God painting a beautiful pattern, and men participating in this beautiful process, life and love, observing the beauty of one stopped to marvel at the greatness of God. To summarize, I would like to say that uniting people in the realization the common goal is not only possible but absolutely real. It begins with each of us with a willingness to be friendly towards one another, and then miracle happens that is invisible to us. The whole world becomes one family, and the
Anunnaki. How many mysteries and riddles lie behind that simple word? Who are they?
And the question is the following: what is the real name of this planet?
Shall we tell them?
What is their mission? Have they disappeared from our planet? Or are they always around? When will the official contact between the Anunnaki and the humans take place? So far, there have been more questions than answers. But it's time to dot the I's and cross the T's. May 13th, 2021. Kaleidoscope Effects, the truth about the Anunnaki.
Hello, everyone. It's wonderful to be with you today. My name is Jason. An interesting thing has occurred so far, listening to everyone speak today. You know, the similarities between everyone's experience and self-discovery and growth. When I sat down to write my speech, you know, a funny thing occurred. Consciousness says, I have nothing to write. Did you really take part in that conference? And I was like, wow, you know, it was a funny thing to observe because I participated in the first paleo contact in October, and then did a lot of work behind the scenes for the Anunnaki Kaleidoscope Effects in May. And so I'll jump right into a few things, since the topic today has been sharing experience of that self-discovery, the inner spiritual support, and what analytical processes are actually involved by all people, regardless of experience and background. So some common things that you'll hear, whether you're experienced in working on projects together, or whether you've read the books by Anastasia Novick or not, because to my surprise, some people jump in and they haven't. So they hear this.
they don't want you here. What are you doing? How long will this take? Do this research, not that. But for those of us like myself who spent time before reading the books, diving all throughout history, looking for some similarity, some synchronization, some little tidbit of the truth just to get as close to the spiritual world as possible, because that's what you were looking for. You didn't know it at the time, but that's what you were looking for. And it's so amazing how all that happened intuitively, but when it came to working together on a project and make consciousness, our tool, work for people and present the information coherently and effectively, and no matter what, you just work towards that goal, it wants to fight. And so that's an interesting thing you can document, and it's a tremendous help on a person's path towards going home. As Almira explained about 3 speakers ago, she has said it so well, you become aware of things that just absolutely shock you, that weren't there before, that you just didn't know, levels of pride that somehow slip away. And thanks to the books by Anastasia Novick and the kaleidoscope effects we've done about the human energy structure, we know that the left essence is sly, right? It always paints things in the best light for personality. And so you'll get to really experience that by working on the projects, whether it's kaleidoscope effects or any of the other projects that we do. Give me 1 second. So the first paleo contact we did, because it's best to start there, we were trying to find out what is the origin of Nubira. Many people know the planet as Nubira or Nibiru. And so we dove deep into the etymology of that, and we dove deeper into the pyramids and any archaeological and etymological synchronizations that can point to the fact that human beings have contact with extraterrestrials. And so we presented that information, and I really encourage you guys to do what I did when consciousness says it doesn't remember. I'm listening to that kaleidoscope effects right now because it just erases everything. And moving forward into the May one, we had such an enormous task to present the information to the world of analyzing Jana's spaceship and proving empirically that the spaceship was real. And I never really thought of it. It just slipped by me. I didn't care because, deep down inside, when you were younger, you always looked up to the stars. So you always knew you had this big brother or big sister looking out for you, but you didn't know exactly how to explain or what words to put it in. And as we know, consciousness substitutes everything. But when doing the voiceover and looking through the research that was presented by third parties who had investigated the audio engineering of the spacecraft, her silhouette, her suit, all these things, it was just wow, and as it turns out, Jana's spaceship is real. So what did people get the opportunity to learn about the Anunnaki? I would like to say this for this particular week of solidarity, and whoever watches this and whoever still may be having doubts about something. The Anunnaki are the helpers of mankind. They aren't reptilians that are out to eat or enslave us. As it turns out, it was the Apexians that did that, and we explored that as well. And so where are the Anunnaki? Will we have contact? Well, it's already happening, and it happens with those who understand the most important essence of human life, and that is developing inner spiritual support and merging with their soul and going home. And those people who achieve that level of inner victories bit by bit understand more and more the essence that everything is united and that consciousness separates everything. So in conclusion for this particular speech that came out of nowhere, let's go over the analytical methods that you may face, as I did myself and many of the speakers today did. Whether you've been in school for a while or you got your high school equivalency like myself, and you are just going back to college, because that's what it feels like when you work on these projects. You really do perform an enormous literary research, okay? And some points you may be able to employ the empirical methods, you know, develop a hypothesis and test that hypothesis and find that conclusion and so on and so forth. And then you verify or, you know, dispute or refute it with the people on the team. But what does that literary research look like at the beginning? Well, it looks like 30 Google tabs open. And it looks like multiple educational search engines. It looks like you are in Telegram and you have to message all these people who speak all these different languages, whether someone speaks French or German in a lot of the cases that I was looking for information. There's so many people around the world working together that we have that opportunity to use those tools. You know, someone had mentioned artificial intelligence. But I wanted to point out that we have this enormous resource of people. You know, there's 8 billion people on the planet, and, you know, a couple hundred of us work together on the kaleidoscope of facts, and each one of us speaks a different language, or some people speak 4 to 6 languages. And it's through their help that a lot of this stuff was able to be presented to people. And I wanted to mention that because that's a tremendous thing that consciousness devalues. It always devalues our abilities as humans, and but it wants to paint you in the best light, or it wants to drop you down to the lowest bottom. But it always devalues your efforts as a person, and it's important to share that with you all and keep that in the back of your mind, that we have this enormous resource today, not just the spiritual world, right? We have each other, and we have so many differences that they complement each other, and it makes the experience wonderful. If you haven't already, please just reach out, find the coordinator of the Kaleidoscope Effects projects. You have to do that yourself. No one's going to come knock on your door and say, hey, you should come join the Kaleidoscope Effects. They might if they really need you in a particular subject, but for the most part, there's no one that's going to keep you informed. If you have a desire, and that's the biggest thing you're going to hear today, I guarantee it, is desire. If you have a desire to help, to be selfless, do it. You know, that you will be amazed at what you find by working on the Kaleidoscope of Facts, whether it's setting up or doing the research. If you don't know where to start, just start by having a conversation with the person, and then go from there. Take the baby steps, you know. So thank you all so much for the tremendous hard work and the love. And since it's not said enough in this society, thanks be to God. And thanks be to all of you for your inner victories as we work together to change this informational field. Thank you.
Спасибо, Джейсон. Здравствуйте, друзья. Очень радостно быть сейчас здесь.
Thank you, Jason. Hello, friends. It's a big joy to be here with you. For me, participating in a Kaleidoscope of Facts about Anunnaki was a holiday. It was a great honor and joy to make my small contribution to the Kaleidoscope of Facts. I choose this topic because delving into the reveals something beautiful, pure inside. Of course, space, stars, and other worlds have always attracted me. When you look up into the night sky and realize how much life there is, and that there are those who are waiting for us to grow up. I really enjoy being a part of it, and it didn't matter at all in which way it remained sync was to be a part of the overall process. The calls with the kaleidoscope of participants were very soulful, deep, and I listened to other people with a great pleasure. And when I was looking for information, there was a feeling inside that I was uncovering the mysteries of the universe. After all, searching is very interesting. Particularly, I want to say how cool this organization of Kaleidoscope of Facts is based. I felt like I was surrounded by so much care as a speaker, helped literally everything. Every little thing made me feel comfortable and at ease. Myself, I felt they need to make the other guys feel comfortable so that they wouldn't waste time organizing my document, pictures, and so on. I felt great care and attention to me. I also wanted to give it to participants, organizers, and technical support communicators. And I was a really valuable experience, and I don't think there is anywhere beautiful and soulful an attitude as in a latter movement. I felt I was a part of the whole process in a small drop, and these feelings of synchronization of a common goal is incomparable. That's why I always highly recommend to take part in project of a latter movement. And always more serious work on yourself. You learn to come to something common, to hear the opinion of other participants, not to let yourself, not to let your egoism break through. This is only possible in a team. Thank you so much for this project, for the love, for the care, for the base.
Здравствуйте, друзья. Меня зовут Виталий.
Hello friends, my name is Vitaly. I didn't ever believed that our history starts from Sumerian, so that's why, because there were actually some facts and there was no history around it, and when we actually so for me, it was the question came up: where is the rest of humanity's life? And there are artifacts, but really no history. Thanks to the Kaleidoscope of Facts, we revealed more and more interest in facts, bringing it to the audience in an accessible visual form. And the Kaleidoscope of Facts is lived in the veil of history, and and it is really a wonderful project. I joined it from Kaleidoscope Factor 6, and the role was trying myself in editing the series, and I first joined with a Kaleidoscope of Facts with the Kaleidoscope of Jana on this spaceship, and it was and I then was very inspired, and I was invited to participate in editing, and first I was shocked, but then I start looking at it, and then I just like get command to my consciousness just to work, and then it was just starts working, the work starts moving, and this teamwork, and it was really able, the team were able in 10 days to prepare everything. And we were ready until the June to release the part. And you really, as a part of a team, you feel responsibility for the whole project. And I really accumulated and strengthened in editing, my editing skills. And I learned really a lot of skills. So thank you much for your support. I feel this unity, and thanks so much.
Спасибо, Виталий. Очень хорошо подмечено про командную
работу. Thank you, Vitaly. Very well said about team in a project, which really gives amazing results. For more than 10 episodes of Kaleidoscope of Facts, I'm responsible for the preparation of all the videos that are used in a live broadcast, and it's through coordinated teamwork. That is, every month we manage to prepare all the voice over the video in English and Russian language for broadcast, and this process involves the efforts of many people people. It is very important to select materials for broadcasting, type and translate text for video, fragments of interview, prepare material for the dubbing in other languages, because simultaneous interfering of live broadcasts of each program is made more than 20 languages. That's why, for me personally, participation in this project helps to bring up me, first of all, a sense of responsibility, because if I don't do some actions in time, there are many people all over the world who won't receive material for translation, editing and dubbing of the video in time. That's why I'm grateful to take a part in this international project, which helps me a lot in my work. It also gives me the opportunity to meet and interact with wonderful people from all over the world who take responsibility in organizing these unique conferences. Often, these people who speak other languages which I do not speak, but we understand each other perfectly, and our interaction in the project developed into warm, friendly relations. I would also like to add that each time I'm never chasing to be amazing by the dedication of participants of the ALLATRA movement. After all, preparatory process of each issue, Kaleidoscope of Facts, goes 24 hours a day. If at one end of our planet someone has already gone to bed after having translated, dubbed, or edited a video, and sometimes until morning, and the other end of the planet someone already picks up the current task, accepts and changes and translations, someone edits the dubbing material, and someone types the text for further translation. Thus the creative process is going on around the clock and over the planet, and it's very inspiring. And taking the opportunity, I would like to express my gratitude to you, friends, for your selfless actions which help to spread the truth in this world, and of course to express my enormous gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov for the fact that we have opportunity to be in touch with.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья.
Hello, dear friends. I'm sincerely happy to take part in the Kaleidoscope of Facts project. And since the Kaleidoscope of Facts release on one topic goes quite long, is quite long, and not everyone has the opportunity to watch it in a full version, we are preparing so short series, so short episodes, and then more people can watch this release, this video, and get into the essence of the speeches of from these kaleidoscopes. And I'm inspired by the fact that it's quite a creative process, and every time there are new ideas in editing of new releases, and how to create these new episodes, and how to make it more quickly and of higher quality. And it's very satisfying when a new episodes come out. It gives me like extra stimuli, incentive to do more, and it's very good work on oneself, because it's at the same time improving skills, and it's not always you can do everything what you just thought about, but you can always find a solution. And it's not only improving like skills of editing, but also you build up attention skills, and you can sometimes need to correct mistakes, such as closing in the speech when the essence of the words is changed and meaning of the words is changed, and conduct synchronization of speeches with the video, and put the voice of our foreign voiceover for our speakers. And during the editing of episodes, I always make sure that speakers and audio is really looks beautiful, like that it's synchronized, and sometimes we remove some unnecessary elements from that distracts from viewing, and I also do some basic color correction, and all of these is done in order to ensure that the series are of quite quality and comfortable for viewing. And the very format of kaleidoscope effects on live TV really impressed me a lot from the first episode, and I always was interested in the topic of ancient civilization, and that's why I'm happy to join the editing process and continue to do so. And the kaleidoscope effects reveals more and more interesting facts about our history, which we really need to know. So thank you so much, all friends who participate in collecting information on this topic. It was really quite a creative process than one person cannot do, but together it's much interesting and better. Yeah, thank you so much. I pass the word to the next speaker.
Right, we express great gratitude to each speaker, to those participants who prepare each Kaleidoscope of Facts episode. It's really even hard to express what great feeling of unification are between us, right? And even right now, our dear friends and participants told us about their experience and working in the team, in the technical team as well. And it's really, inspiring that people just made it, right? And they made it possible because people are studying these sources and they're trying to, so to say, be like scientists, like researchers. And thank you very much to all the participants for your responsibility and for being ready to study more. And right now, I would like to tell you that within the live broadcast of each Kaleidoscope of Facts, we have lots of comments and viewers. They also want to be the accomplices of each Kaleidoscope of Facts, right? And this information. And that is why, talking about the Kaleidoscope of Facts, prospects of civilization, our viewers mentioned that thanks to this episode, number 8, they understood that civilization, well, this concept may be only in the consumer format of society, but in the civilized society, people truly respect each other and respect each other's culture, traditions, and history. And Camila, for example, told us today about Kaleidoscope of Facts, the just truth and the charm. And truly, humanity is arguing about unity, but it is better to be friends and build a creative society, isn't it? And so to say, the bottom line is that everyone, each person participates, right? And there are just no ones to shift responsibility to, because everyone should act with a good, so to say, faith. And participants work just out of their conscience. And one of the viewers wrote that we all live actually the same tree, but just grow in different branches. That's the only difference. And that was about the Kaleidoscope of Facts number 9. And about Kaleidoscope of Facts number 10, the topic is Anunnaki, as Jason has mentioned, that people understood the truth about Anunnaki. Because Brilliant to Life would seem fantastic to be read about 70 years ago. What seemed to be science fiction today has become true, right? And people are just grateful for this Kaleidoscope of Facts, because each episode of Kaleidoscope of Facts project is just another layer of knowledge and information, and that's truly hard work, but nevertheless it's interesting. And actually, the truth about Anunnaki in the consumer photo society is perceived by people as fun, and the elite knew about it and try to make fun of this topic, and the elite try to impose patterns of rejections of truth information. Because actually where there is a civilized society, then there is respect for just love and for different people. And it's so great, friends, that today we are making our live broadcast, and in each kaleidoscope of facts, we present information in such a way, and the team of designers and the technical team help us that people they take the whole treasure of information with them. What do we have managed to study and to what conclusions to come to through, and what we have come to, that there shouldn't be any power. People themselves even write this. There shouldn't be any power, just and any division between peoples. And Anunnaki is like an example of great big family, united family. And it's time to leave this quarantine pattern, because the Anunnaki, they know that there is a God and they live in accordance with this. And in this positive example, I would like to give you some examples of viewers' comments from the Kaleidoscope of Facts number 11, the sign of the last days. They wrote that knowledge kills any fears, right? And from here, a person is becomes honest with himself, because people themselves, they want to hear the truth, they want to hear the facts, and then when people hear the truth, then they come to honesty, to being honest to themselves, right? And of course, there is love and there is responsibility in a civilized society. And moreover, the viewers note that each speaker in the Kaleidoscope of Facts project, these speakers, they are volunteers, they are people of free will, they cannot but act like this, because actually who is the Creative Society project implemented by people of goodwill. And in Kaleidoscope of Facts number 12, Mother Goddess, the greater power of love, people understood that in ancient times nothing was built without a reason. And why this, so to say, this particular number of 6 million tons, right, should just should be on planet Earth. And it's really this Kaleidoscope fact showed the fact that it really was in the past, and the viewers noted that when they just found out for the first time that there were cultures which were living in peace without any wars, any revolutions. It was like a revelation for them, for people, and that in the ancient times there was creative society. It was, and that we can build people from all over the world. We can build this culture again. It really gives great hope. And even just what we have found out from Kaleidoscope about Mother Goddess is that women have the power of love, right? Because when there is love, then there cannot be any violence and power. And Kaleidoscope facts about number 13 about pyramids and terrestrial civilizations, our viewers noted that we know that our roots are not in the world of beasts, but in the world of humans, then it changes everything. Because you understand who you are. You understand that you're human, not an animal, not a beast. And then you feel just that this, realize in what times we live and what we have in front of us. And it's so great if we have a chance towards creation. Thank you.
We are living in an era of the end times. The world is on a verge. Are the prophecies being fulfilled? Present days have been foretold a long time ago. What is written about this period in religious writings? How have our ancestors warned us about this time? What is the era of crossroads? Era of the end times? Or a new beginning? What is the golden age? Myth or reality? What is the standpoint of science? How can we change the vector of the events? Kaleidoscope of facts. Signs of end times. June 13, 2021 at 1200 GMT. Initiated by participants of Alatra International Public Movement from Poland, Czech Republic and Slovakia.
Greetings, dear friends. The inspiration for creating just the Kaleidoscope Facts number 11, Coverages of the Last Days, with the participation of just the video with the participation of Gimhash Danilo, and the conference, what the prophets dreamed of, it just and the uniqueness of that event, it cannot be just underestimated, because that event, well, the prophets knew about that event, that we live in the end times, when we have when the cataclysms will be increasing, and when there will be lots of wars and revolutions and people would be perishing. But then people would unite and without the truth, and all the prophets said about the choice of humanity. They said that in the end times, well, the Comforter will come, and he is not going to just cry and shout about himself, but people will know about him. And well, in different cultures, people called him differently. Kalki Avatar, Messiah, and the Comforter, and people who know, who learn about him, they will get this as truth and spread it all over the world. And I wanted just to share you the experience as to why we were getting for this kaleidoscope of facts, and what information we learned that said that the messenger of Allah said that some people will be helping Imam Mahdi, and the victory of Imam Mahdi is the purification and building the kingdom, God's kingdom on earth, and that is why people would be spreading this knowledge all over the world. And this kaleidoscope facts, for me, is the project which actually purifies the true knowledge, the primordial knowledge, which has the truth from Imam Mahdi himself. It's great honor to go deeper into this knowledge, to open up the facts and to share these facts with the people. And it's really the spiritual, legacy of all humanity. And I'm sure if you watch the kaleidoscope of facts about the end times, then you will learn the truth and facts about our humanity. And all the participants of the kaleidoscope of facts, actually, they spread the information all over the world and share it with all the people, and they're just true heroes today, right? So I can say that each kaleidoscope of facts is like school, of Jan's water, right? Because we have to be quick to tell people the truth, and We should get united all over the world, and all there's getting prepared for kaleidoscope effects. It happens within a short period of time, and that is why if you wanted to study the history, or to study to do some service to people, and you just had some doubts what are the projects to start with. Okay, kaleidoscope of facts project is just for you, because it's really about studying the facts, and it's really it's developing very fast, and you get to know all the cultures, and it's really just cool. So I express great gratitude to each participant of this project. Thank you very much. I give the floor to the next speaker. Good day to you, friends. The Kaleidoscope Effects project has captivated me since its beginning, because through collective efforts it deepens the understanding of information given in the videos with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and in the books by Anastasia Novak. It represents a transition from consuming information to taking active action through deepening our understanding and expanding the information provided about what we as humanity actually know about the subject. At the same time, the Kaleidoscope of Facts project is so extensive that one person alone is not capable of creating something like this, but only by uniting for a common goal it is possible to create something like this. And what is most surprising is that it is possible in such a short time frame. People who decide to get involved quickly come to the understanding that in this type of project the self gives way to the common goal, and it is not about appropriating one's contribution, but about contributing to the whole. People learn to communicate and cooperate. They learn to understand and take responsibility if they are to deliver a quality result. And everyone learns what they need most in the process. It is astonishing how individual situations are tailored to each person, so that they can step over their consciousness. It is an excellent means of working on oneself. For Kaleidoscope of Facts 11, we choose the theme of the end times. At the crossroads, which is coming to an end, every way and means of informing humanity about the global choice we are making is vital, because everything depends on our collective choice. Therefore, it has been very interesting to work through this subject, to study what we know about the end times, what the prophets say, and to what is actually being fulfilled before our eyes. And lateral knowledge is crucial in this regard. It is like a compass in finding and sorting out information, helping to separate the truth from the many layers and distortions. Understanding that there is a way out in our situation, the prospects of civilization that are within our grasp, none of which we would likely know without the knowledge, much less to the extent that we do. The hardest part of the preparations for me personally was to overcome my lack of knowledge of Russian, the inability to speak, to express myself, and to react to a whole range of things. In the coordination team, the participants from Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan were of great help, where without their help we would not have been able to prepare such a complex kaleidoscope of facts as a little experienced team. Their help with understanding the topic and commitment, readiness to help, despite the time lag between our countries, was admirable. And here is another important moment of the project. A person meets close friends, his family, which he never knew existed. I am deeply grateful for my experience and the opportunity to cooperate on projects, and thank you for the opportunity to share my experience. Good afternoon, friends. For me, participating in the Kaleidoscope of Facts has been an invaluable experience. First of all, when you start looking for information on any topic, then the view the current history changes dramatically, as our previous speakers just have shared it with you. But I would like to tell you more about my experience of the communications team, which helps speakers with different organizational things, right? Like design of pictures, quotes, speeches, video, helps help with the timing of the broadcast. Well, in general, who make sure that people who very much devoted, who have devoted much time to such just selection information, not distracted by such technical issues. Also, during getting prepared for the live broadcast, and even during the live broadcast itself of the Kaleidoscope Effects, so communication with the speakers is necessary, so that those who are, so to say, for the first time participating know where and how to connect the entire location of the speakers and just other organizational points. What I have seen joining the team of communicators, a complete dedication, clear care for people. There is a lot of work each time, and sometimes the kaleidoscope, well, and I'm just impressed and try to take this experience as an example for myself, because yeah, there is a lot of work, and sometimes there are just kaleidoscope of facts with a lot of pictures. Sometimes there is, well, a lot of video, and as a rule, well, there is not much time left before the live broadcast, but the person is always in the first place, and everything is done to make the speaker as comfortable as possible. So to have all the pictures ready, which the speaker was looking for, to have all the video material needed to accompany the speaker's speech. So it all needs to be prepared. And I was also sincerely pleased every time, and even a little amazed at how willingly our guys responded to help. So, for example, I remember once when just at night, when the dubbing of several videos came, the night before the live broadcast, well, I don't even remember what language this dubbing was, but it seemed to me that it was already late, and guys had to interpret these videos simultaneously during the live broadcast. But it was the time when the interpreters actually could have a break, you know, so it can be a few minutes, but it would be great help for conference interpreters. And so I started looking for an editor who could do this film editing, dubbing, and can you imagine, even at night I found even 3 participants ready to do this work. And one of the guys said that he, just on purpose, didn't go to bed at that time, you know, because he understands that the videos might come and help would be needed. So what I can say, that's what's real creative society is about, when people do help people. And of course, every time I was amazed at the care with which the organizers and speakers prepare the information. And it's all done in order to return the truth to people. And you know, I have witnessed several times that one speech was even rewritten many times and proofread in order not to distort the original, the primordial knowledge, the slightest way. So, friends, I express you my gratitude for the way you treat people. This is overwhelming, encouraging, and gives confidence that the world will change for the better very soon. Thank you very much, and I give the floor to Renata.
Hello friends, thank you. I'm very happy that I can join you today, because Kaleidoscope Effects is a great opportunity to work with a big group of people, and also to me especially with work with my laziness and also fears. We all have a lot to do. We have families, jobs, and many projects, not only Creative Society project and other from Alatra movement. We work in our groups from native countries, but also we work in very big international groups where are people all over the world. When I accept coordination in some projects, immediately at the moment some first doubts come. when I accept the role of victim, everything gets bad. Really, that's true. Suddenly my family is against, or there's a lot of other work, or some children's illness comes, or my illness. But I have found my other way. I always look for inner strength. I join in and go step by step. I take action and I don't put attention to these doubts. Of course, I have a lot of thoughts that I'm not so good, that I don't speak fluently English or Russian, and maybe the best way is to leave the group because there are other people who are much more better than me. I absolutely know that you know it, but key is not to listen to these doubts and act. And when I start acting, after a few minutes, all this pressure goes away. When I work in a group, that's a really great advantage because one person brings article, video, book, then another is doing research, and we are discussing in a group, and at the end, completely other person is just presenting. There is like normal process in Kaleidoscope Effect and also in other conferences, but it is about mutual understanding and cooperation. I'm really grateful for topic of humanity, or we were working on very interesting topic like Anunnaki. It was really honor to me to be part of it. And at the end, I would say that I'm really grateful to the knowledge of Alatra because it helps separate the truth from lies. And for example, when we're speaking with scientists, they feel the truth of Alatra. Then they feel the truth of this knowledge. And when they are really searching for the truth, they join us and just wonderful friendship starts or begins. And I think that all our projects are meant to teach us to, especially to mutual understanding, respect, friendship, and of course, love people. Thank you, friends.
Добрый день všetkým. Я som sa pri
Всем здравствуйте. Чему я научилась, организуя калейдоскоп фактов, так это брать на себя ответственность и не бояться
в другом канале.
До этого у меня практически не было опыта в организации, поэтому для меня это было что-то совершенно новое. Но когда я увидела, насколько невероятным было сотрудничество и поддержка в каждой группе,
Greetings, everyone. What I learned from organizing Kaleidoscope Facts is to take responsibility and not be afraid of it. I had almost no organizing experience before, so it was something completely new to me. But when I saw how incredible the cooperation and support in each group was, it encouraged me to try it myself, and I'm very glad I did it. So, all in all, thank you to every participant who took part in the Kaleidoscope of Facts. You felt such enthusiasm and joy for being able to help, and it gave me confidence. But it's also a lot of work on myself because thoughts like, you can't do this, you don't have time, you're going to get tired of this course, because every topic that came up in the Kaleidoscope was discussed and different facts were gathered. And so, then they were discussed during the calls, and sometimes they were really long, and the most common thought was, well, probably you didn't know the main language of the call very well. Of course, I thought still bothered me, but when a person is really aware of his responsibilities, I thought just fly by. He no longer notice them. Thank you.
Culture
cultures and civilizations are changing, but one thing remains the same: a human need for that true love that unites us all and makes us alive. For a long time, people have known about the power that generates life, creates both visible and invisible worlds. They also knew about the one who is the conductor of this force to the earth: Isis, Inanna, Sophia. There are many names and epithets, but the essence is one: the Mother of God. Today she is known by the name Mary. For 2,000 years, people have been feeling her invisible presence and support. Who is she? What is the essence of Mary's ministry and feat? Why is the Virgin Mary compared to the guiding star?
Well, Maria's true feat exactly consisted in what we have mentioned, in her service to people. She not only herself perceived, but also gives others an opportunity to perceive and takes care of people. And just note how people revere her in various countries, and not just revere, but truly feel her active assistance in spiritual matters. The protecting veil of the Mother of God.
For centuries and millennia, the truth about the divine power of the feminine principle, which gives a human true life, has been hidden from people. But we live in a time when all the secrets are revealed. It is time to bring the truth back to people. On July 13, 2021, watch the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Mother of God, the creative power of love.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья.
Hello, friends.
Мне очень радостно быть
It's
сейчас
great
здесь
to be
вместе с
here with
вами.
you right now.
Меня зовут Евгения, и я
My
принимала
name is
участие в
Evgenia,
организации
and I
12-го
took part in the
калейдоскопа факта
organization of the
в
12th
Богородице,
Kaleidoscope of
созидающая
Fact,
силу
Mother
любви.
of God, the creative power of love.
Для меня участие
Participation
в
in
этом
this
калейдоскопе
kaleidoscope was a
стало,
real internal
можно
holiday
сказать, настоящим
for
утренним подарком и
me.
праздником, поскольку
Since
тема
the topic of true
истинной
love
любви
has
волновала
been
меня с детства
exciting me
и
since
побуждала
childhood
к
and
поиску ее
brought
сути.
me to search
Но
for the sense of
воспоминания
it,
и
but without
знания — это поиск
understanding and
своего
knowledge,
внутреннего, то есть
this search was
формирование
reduced to the
привязки к людям,
external. It formed
выстраивание
attachment to people,
внешних
building
и
external
по-другому.
support,
И вот
the search of
можно сказать,
happiness,
что только
and the
спустя
possession of
годы,
temporary values. And only
имея
years
работу над
later, as
собой,
I
я
worked in
поняла, что
myself, I realized
истинная
that true
любовь —
love
это
is an
внутренняя,
inner,
безусловная любовь
unconditional
Богу.
love for
А
God. And the
Богородица
Mother
есть
of God
величайший
is the
пример
greatest
достижения
example of
этой
the
любви. И по огню
compression
этой
of
любви для
the
каждого из
love
нас
and the
познание и на пути к
conductor
Богу.
of this love for
Это
each of
огромная,
us
безусловная, самая
Intention
настоящая и чистая
and
любовь.
on the path of God.
Это и
This is
есть
a
та
huge,
любовь, которую я
unconditional,
искала с
real and
детства.
pure love.
И на самом деле
This is
чувствовала
love
ее внутри
that I
себя
have
всегда.
been looking for since
И
childhood and in
калейдоскоп
fact
фактов о
have
Богородице стал
always felt
уникальной
inside me. After all, the Mother
возможностью
of God is a
вот для
spirit
открытия
and
этой истины
everything
также для очень
begins
многих
with the
людей,
person
кто точно так
himself
же искал ее в своей
when he is
жизни.
internally
И
with the spiritual
участие в
world.
организации процесса калейдоскопа
Participation in the organization of the Kaleidoscope gave a lot of new understanding, deepening in the knowledge of the truth about the Mother of God. During the organization process, I participated in supervising the search for information on the historical blog. A lot of guys connected here to the search for information about the Mother of God in different cultures and religions reflected in different historical times. And what is most valuable, we realize that people in the world are united by love for her. In many cultures, the veneration and love of the Mother of God is a natural extension of a person's love for the Mother Godless.
любовью к Богородице как к богине-матери.
The Mother of God is an example of peace, creation, unification, and love, which people need so much today.
Любви, которая так нужна вот людям сегодня. Ведь именно к ней вот во все времена в трудных
After
ситуациях
all, during the difficult situation, people turn to have a spiritual support. It is the strength of the Spirit that has always saved people. So people always turn to the Mother of God because the Mother of God is a loving Spirit and the whole world is under her protection. The valley is the love of the Virgin Mary, which every person can feel and carry this love in this heart. The whole process of organization, this kaleidoscope went in the blink of an eye. We really felt this love, its support. We learned to unite and see the essence, and the huge amount of material found, the common essence in all cultures, gave a lot of understanding, expanding the picture of the world for each of us who participated in this process. And here I would like to thank each participant. Often it was an invisible work because much more material was found than was broadcast given the time limit. A lot of guys helped in the structuring, proofreading, text editing videos, for broadcasts, translation and communication. This gives us practical understanding of what unity is in practice and, most importantly, unity in the spirit. Personally, for me, this example, it gives practice, the practical understanding about what is unity in the spirit.
Благой целью действительно могут сделать очень многое вот того, что для сознания просто непостижимо. И хочу сказать огромное спасибо.
Thank you very much for participating in such a great project, Analytical.
Спасибо большое, Женя. Спасибо за твои
Thank you very much, Женя. Thank you for your kind words. And I would like to express gratitude for the knowledge of Allatra. Because today it is possible to study any subject based on the key some knowledge that are given the Allatra. And thanks to Allatra, you can open the books of all religions and find them separate them from the charm. And personally, while preparing for the kaleidoscope of facts, Holy Mary, we the participants relied on the knowledge from the videos with the participation of Mikhail Danilov and the video Consciousness and Personality from the Inevitably Dead to the Eternal Life revealed the main point that love, Holy Mary. And for me, it was really valuable to be one of the organizers of the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Holy Mary, creating power of love. And it was not scary at all, but even joyful, because all of us were united by one goal, to reveal the theme in its purity, to tell the truth to people. For me personally, it was very meaningful to work in a team, because I always felt great support and help of each participant of the Kaleidoscope of Facts. It was also important for me to have the experience of overcoming consciousness while getting prepared. For example, I had to make a short video caption for a poll about the Holy Mary, and I started asking our participants who could help me. But since in Allatra movement we always have a lot of interesting projects, everyone was very busy at that time. So that is when I thought, well, why I wouldn't start making that screensaver myself, and it really, I managed to do it. I also enjoyed editing a video about the Holy Mary, the social poll, and to which we were sent videos from all over the world. And The participants of Allatra movement also helped with the translation from Japanese, Indian, English, Spanish, Slovak, and other languages. And we are very grateful for that help. And together with Ksenia Schaffer, we edited the series into one video. And it was and it is really nice to be a part of such a large-scale research project. Kaleidoscope of facts, which has no analogs in the world. Thank you very much, friends. And now I give the floor to Polina.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Evgenia. Thank you, Alessia. And I would like to express my gratitude to all participants of the project. Sorry, just a moment. Yes, and today I really understand when I'm listening to everyone how huge is the project that we are doing all together. And when you are involved in the process, as we already said today, as Jason says, it's just a little drop of your efforts, the whole process, but all kaleidoscope of factual issues, whatever do I and whatever do the other people, even a little help, little support, it taught us to be all together, to unite, and the preparation for the Mother of God, kaleidoscope of fact, it gives us the understanding of the process of resonance with the pure love, which the Mother of God spread around us. For me, it was the key moment in the process and the preparation for this topic, the understanding when we are all going to the one goal, when we are open in front of each other, and then all the doors are open in front of us, and all technical moments or issues, it's just sorting out, and it doesn't matter. And any issues doesn't matter. The most important, what we are all feel towards each other. And supporting each other, and in the pre-opening of the topic, the topic of and I want to know that all the kaleidoscope, it's like showing the red stage, as it was said, that this is actually...
I completely agree with the fact that this topic about the time and that time passes, but nothing changes, and this topic for me was like a sip of fresh water. You drink of it and you cannot get enough. It overwhelms you with understanding. And I would like to share with you as well why I joined this topic in general. I want to just get in touch with this information about the Holy Mary, about her true courage and what she did. We know about this from the books by Anastasia Novych, where it is described about Holy Mary, and this opened a new understanding and worldview in my life. Understanding of a pure, true love that every person can experience as a child, absolutely open. And this is exactly the feeling that you experience, which helps you and helps you tune in on this love. And we also was talking about physics of this, but you can think how you can compare Holy Mary to the physics. But even in physics we found proofs of this information, and huge gratitude for the guys who found this information, for their for all the job they did, and it's so important to show this single grain, one grain of truth, which shows that all knowledge is from one source. Also would like to think, as Natasha was saying, think about how the knowledge is precious and helps a person. The topic of Holy Mary and Mother of God is important for everyone, and spiritual knowledge in general. As it was said in Sensei first, that true knowledge comes, true faith comes through knowledge. And when you prove by facts it to your mind, then you have strength faith. And this is what all the participants share, that they understand this is exactly what they have been striving internally all their lives, and primordial knowledge helps you to reveal this true source of happiness. This is really precious and valuable. This is what really valuable in Kaleidoscope of Facts, and this is what people do, openly sharing the truth. Thank you so much for everything you do, and I give the floor further. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear participants, and for what you have shared with us. And right now, I have such a feeling that Kaleidoscope of Facts project is just the unification of so many directions that each participant who makes contribution, whether you're a designer or just the participant of technical teams, or if you're a translator interpreter. And each of you just makes his or her own contribution into the project. And what's interesting that each information which is ready and presented in the live broadcast, as our dear friends have told us, it comes, even this information is also published and posted like articles. As I know, we have Alatra Vesti website, and after the live, after each broadcast of Kaleidoscope Facts, as you can see right on the screen, that participants post materials that themselves on the basis of Kaleidoscope Facts. And so they share these topics and deepen. And as you can see right now, this is Kaleidoscope of Facts about pyramids and extraterrestrial civilizations, the truth about the Anunnaki. And based on this information, we understand that in the history of humankind, there are many examples of uniting people on the spiritual basis. And everyone can share the experience in similar situations. And you know that everyone's experience is multiplied many times. And what's most important here is that at such point, each of the participants stop, and people they enter this common resonance into this common way of love. And as you know, when a person is in love, then he's not available to the system, to the matrix. And even about this power, spiritual potential from personal experience, and as well as from many confirming experiments, we, as a human civilization, we can use these two in all areas of our lives. Because thank you very much for such understanding, thanks to whom we have articles on our website. And thank you very much. And now we move on, and you're going to see many more interesting stories in our today's live broadcast.
Good afternoon, dear friends. Thank you, Natasha, for this inspired speech that you had, and the information that is given in the Project ALLATRA TV Kaleidoscope of Facts. It goes further, all over in the social networks, through websites and channels, and now the social network TikTok, it's gaining momentum, and people of completely different interests and age groups are joining it. As part of the ALLATRA TV project, a channel called Kaleidoscope of Facts has been opened in TikTok, which publishes information of scientific, research, historical, and cognitive content. Among other things, the channel openly publishes research materials conducted by participants of the Kaleidoscopes of Facts project. And of course, the channel is filled with live broadcasts. Participants from all over the world conduct live broadcasts and broadcast important, necessary and interesting information to the whole world. Live broadcasts are made by people of different professions from different corners of our planet. People share their research experiences and compare facts they already know, which we can find. For people who are involved in the research of science, history, religions, the knowledge of ALLATRA has become a beacon on which to focus attention and the desire to know the world. The uniqueness of the information which is broadcast in all the projects of IPM ALLATRA, without exception, has been confirmed many times. Millions of people have been able to verify by their own experience that the knowledge of ALLATRA is the true, original knowledge. We find the confirmation of this knowledge in practically all scientific, religious, and publicistic sources. ALLATRA is an encyclopedia that everyone discovers over and over again, and it is much more interesting and effective to open this book of knowledge together. The participants of the TikTok Kaleidoscope of Facts channel reveal to all people the topics that are now becoming not only interesting but also relevant. And any broadcasting channels, any social networks, any ways to deliver knowledge are good for this. It is important to give the opportunity to all people on the planet to hear about ALLATRA. The grain thrown in the fertile soil will surely germinate, just as it sprouted in us. Friends, join the TikTok team, get involved in the live broadcasts, the technical team, the administration and sourcing of materials. There are many interesting and important things to do to help the world learn about ALLATRA. Thank you very much, friends. Thank you for your participation, for your sincere interest, and for this internal resonance that all of us has and is giving to the other people. Thank you very much.
Pyramids and paleo contact, higher civilizations from other planets and pyramids. What connects them? Dendera Temple. Mysteries of the Temple of the Goddess Hathor in Dendera. To build the pyramids, sacred knowledge is needed. Who were the people who built those complex devices? Sacred symbolism of the pyramids. What messages are encrypted in the geometry of the pyramids? Pyramids in the creative society. What role do the pyramids play in the synchronization of humanity? Cyclicity of climatic disasters. The pyramids inform about the dates of the coming cataclysms. Will humanity survive this time? It's time to return the truth to people. Kaleidoscope of Facts. Pyramids and extraterrestrial civilizations. Initiated by the participants of ALLATRA International Public Movement from Israel, Turkey, and Kazakhstan.
Здравствуйте, друзья!
Hello, friends. The Turkish team was the organizer of the 13th Kaleidoscope of Fact Pyramid and Extraterrestrial Civilizations, and I participated in this research project. Of course, it was very responsible. As I watched the Kaleidoscope of Facts, I was struck by the uniqueness of the information. The information that we do not find in the academic community is revealed by the participants in a project. It was my first experience in such an international project. How valuable is the striving commitment and love of the volunteers with which they search for the grains of truth in their spare time in order to share this with all people on earth. After all, the most important thing is to convey the information to the people in pure form. Participants read a huge number of books and articles. All participants of the project have a different time zone, jobs, families, but nothing preventing them from writing their speeches and being on calls. All the time, in a team, there was love, respect to each other, and to the people for whom we prepare all this. And of course, I wish to say thank you very much to Aina and Galina for sharing their experience. You could call them at any time for the day or night, and they would find time to answer to you and share their knowledge. In the project, I got a very good feeling of what a creative society is. It's a society where everyone does something for others. And I wish to say thank you very much to all participants for that experience of interest.
Здравствуйте, друзья!
Hello, dear friends.
Да, Виктория, пожалуйста, слушаем вас. Спасибо,
Yes, we're listening to you. Thank you. I was not sure if you can hear me. Happy to hear you. What is Kaleidoscope of Fact to me? This is a unique project. By participating in it, studying a variety of topics in depth, you open up incredible knowledge and understanding of your history, the history of the humankind, and get to know yourself. Long hidden and explore both historical and scientific facts that you didn't even know. If at first you didn't know how and where to look for information, data, facts, in the process you can find websites, online libraries, and museums. When I myself learned to compose speeches over the course of 2 or 3 kaleidoscopes, I was already helping others, editing, writing scenarios for videos, proofreading speeches, and that's not a complete list of what is done before the Kaleidoscope of Fact goes live. But the most important, interesting part is the teamwork. When participants join the project, there is no understanding at first where to start from. There is only a title and a team, just a blank slate, and I watched as consciousness frightens with the unknown where to start. When a team of participants from different countries, of different professions and ages joins in, there comes an understanding that each person is unique. Each has their own vision of information, the ability to show the topic from different angles. Then, as a result, we have a very interesting broadcast. Together, as one team, we become friends and one big family. With some, we continue to participate in the next kaleidoscopes. You can't stop, because the interest and creativity that fuse you can't be compared to anything else. We find and present to everyone the most valuable pearls of knowledge and facts that have been hidden from people for centuries. This is the goal of the Kaleidoscope of Facts, to tell and present the truth about various topics and stories, long forgotten and hidden from humanity. Huge thanks to all of you, to the organizers, to the technical support, and to all participants, indeed, the heroes and the seekers. Huge thanks to the spiritual world and to the esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Благодарю наших спикеров.
Thank you to our speakers for the history. And I would like to speak about the translators. Translators, they are the core of the translating information into other languages. We do this for all the people, and it is a joy when people from different parts of the world at the same time can join in a mutual celebration of learning. We are all free in our choice to ask and address questions. We treat each other with respect, and these bridges of friendship are possible precisely because of our translators, who bring our multilingual worlds of the artificial information field together. Yes, we are still learning, and one day we will be able to understand each other in one common language. But for now, thanks to our joint efforts, we are crossing artificial barriers towards each other. And I now give the floor to our respected and beloved interpreters. Tell us a little about your experience, please.
Hello, dear friends. My name is Anna, and I'm a part of the team of simultaneous interpreters in the Spanish direction. Of course, I would like to start by thanking everyone who's involved in this process. These are the teams of guys who prepare the speeches, proofread the speeches, etc. And also technical support team and the streamers, because the synchronization with the streamers during the live broadcast is very important to understand whether the pre-recorded video is done correctly or you need to tune in, whether everything is okay with the sound and many other things. And thanks to those who watch the live broadcast and give us their feedback, we are always trying towards good, the best quality with love and care for the viewer and appreciation for everyone who prepared the conference. And thank you to our simultaneous interpreters with whom we meet every month on the 3rd to do another good thing together. And during the conference, our working chat cannot remain just a place, for correspondence, because whether, well, we all support with other, right? So, can I substitute, you can join, and there's something wrong, or if there is something wrong with the sound, so the guys always help, support, back you up. We send the translation of the new words, and each conference, with each time it becomes more and more interesting. And of course, lots of thanks to all the organizers and participants of the Kaleidoscope of X project, because for the tremendous work people are doing, searching, preparing, and presenting the material. And for simultaneous interpreters, it's great joy and honor to convey such important information in a language spoken by hundreds of millions of people. There is no project in the world like Kaleidoscope of Facts, whose main idea is to bring the truth back to the people. And while interpreting, we ourselves hear a huge amount of new and really fundamental information. And of course, our task is not just simply to voice the truth, which is shared by the speakers, but to do it with the soul, so to say, our open heart, also with an interesting presentation, or to convey words, details, and meaning as clearly as possible. For us, it is important that people who listen to a large number of speakers and voice to them, but only a few voices during the conference, do not lose interest, but on the contrary, they perceive that everything that is conveyed by each speaker. And sometimes we laugh together with the speakers, sometimes we almost cry from the overwhelming feelings. But the main point is that it is always from the open heart. And not so long ago, participant with whom we live in the same city, he joined us. He's Chilean, and for him Spanish is his native language. And he joined our team. He was very glad to try to interpret Kaleidoscope of Facts, and he did it really well. He was grateful for the support, for our patience, but in fact, it was just as much joy for us as for him. And it's great when people on a volunteer basis, and we're all volunteers, and people are not just ready, but they want to participate. And because they understand that you cannot find this kind of information anywhere with just with by people from all over the world, and they want to be part of this beautiful interaction. Just want to carry the truth to the people, and lots of thanks everyone, and of course lots of thanks to Mikhail Danilov for all the knowledge and videos that are in the basis of the Kaleidoscope of Facts project. And right now I give the floor to my friend and colleague, so to say, Lyudmila, please.
Thank you very much, Anna. Hello, dear friends. My name is Lyudmila. First, thank you for the wonderful sense of togetherness in this way, and always in every moment of fellowship. I participated in a simultaneous interpreting of Kaleidoscope of Facts as a part of Spanish-speaking team. We indeed believe each kaleidoscope as a new turn in our lives, precisely lives.
I participate in translation of Kaleidoscope of Facts, and indeed we are all developing. This is constant development. Every time there is a new understanding of the importance of information that people, participants all over the world, honestly, I do not know how it turns out. They reveal like a puzzle comes together. With great diligence after this, you really feel that you are a person who capable to learn, and a huge surprise takes place, how much you can learn new things. At the same time, I feel admiration for the infinite wisdom of the Creator, for His generosity and love. With each Kaleidoscope of Fact, we understand the importance of translation this information. Everyone takes part, starting with the participants who prepare documents with text, for videos and speeches, who proofread translations. It's not a simultaneous interpreting or 3 or 4 people. It's a joint action of all and everyone. Every time there is this unifying spirit, the spirit of knowledge. Participating in the translation of the Kaleidoscope of Fact helps me personally to work on myself, to get closer to the real me. And huge gratitude to everyone, to all the participants, and to the spiritual world, to Igor Mikhailovich, for taking care of us as for kids, for the knowledge that comes to this world and gives possibility for us to develop. Huge thanks to everyone.
Everything you think or do requires your attention. Your attention is a treasure. Ever wondered why? Billions are invested to catch your attention. Don't you feel like being manipulated?
Me? Never.
But what if we are all being manipulated? Do you want to know what is behind all of this? September 13th, Kaleidoscope of Facts, Impact of Advertising and the Power of Attention.
Hello dear friends. My name is Marina. I had a great opportunity to be involved in organizing the 14th
Hello friends, my name is Marina.
On the 13th of September 2021. As per subject, impact of advertising and the power of attention. I would like to say that taking part in such a large-scale event is a chance of a continuous improvement of yourself and an invaluable teamwork experience. Why? Because it is in an environment of joint work we understand more clearly the need to support each other, the importance of taking responsibility, the value of time and attention. At the end of Kaleidoscope of Facts, we had a feedback session as well, which also helped us to review the areas for further improvement and lessons learned process of what could have been done even better. A huge thanks to the international public movement ALLATRA for the knowledge shared with us, as it is on the basis of this knowledge it's much easier and quicker to understand and deliver Kaleidoscope of Facts. The knowledge of ALLATRA is like an initial impetus, a basis, a foundation, and then, working on the subject matter, we keep finding scientific proof, justifications, facts, and confirmations of what is very simply described in the ALLATRA sources. Thank you for that, friends.
Dobrý deň, priatelia. Rada by som sa podelila s prácou na Kaleidoscope.
Hello, friends. I would like to share my work in Kaleidoscope of Facts from an organization point of view.
Bolo pre mňa obrovskou výzvou.
Being a part of international organization was a challenge for me. At first, I doubted whether I should go for it. The stumbling block in my case was the foreign language. The project taught me a lot. The humanity and outlook, the always well-meaning team helped me on a lot in communicating with people. My own experience and knowledge of how consciousness works helped me. It works the same for everyone. The question always remains who has more or less control over it. We choose the Kaleidoscope of Facts and impact of advertising and the power of attention because it is a fresh and very relevant topic. I think we brought this update to a series of projects. We showed viewers that they are influenced by advertising even if they don't think they are. We combined them of advertising with the power of attention. As a result, the viewer got both a scientific and religious perspective. To this day, I often ask myself, where is my attention? After starting this project, all my attention has been focused on it, like having a baby. It's not a Tamagotchi you can turn off. Constant process of change. I woke up thinking about what needed to be done and went to sleep thinking about what did I do today. I can't even imagine how we could handle such a workload. And also in terms of communication in a foreign language, there was no time to solve my problems. In general, being a volunteer and organizing in a much different from working with the people you pay. Not to mention the fact that everyone has their own personal problems and works on a project at night.
A chcela by som sa ešte poďakovať všetkým účastníkom, aj Igorovi Michalovičovi, Danilovi. Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much.
Татьяна, пожалуйста, тоже расскажи о своем опыте участия в Калейдоскопе факта.
Спасибо, Наталья. Здравствуйте, друзья.
Good afternoon, friends. During the year of participating in Kaleidoscope of Facts, I learned many interesting things. One of the important points is when preparing a speech, a lot of interesting things are found and the horizons expand. A lot of understanding comes. It is also about interacting with people. Each Kaleidoscope of Facts is a great joy of the holiday. Speaking as a speaker with each Kaleidoscope of Facts comes the experience of how to speak and how to do location better.
И с каждым разом начинаешь понимать, как лучше преподнести спич, на чем
on the
сделать
kaleidoscope of facts
как
about
лучше организовать локацию,
the Holy Spirit,
картинки продемонстрировать
literally
и многое другое.
before the performance,
Учишься быстро реагировать, находить выход в непредвиденных ситуациях.
the computer turned off
буквально перед выступлением отключился
and the charger overheated and offered the
сознание усиленно начало предлагать устроить панику.
and offer the consciousness to arrange the panic, but inside there was a complete calmness and immediately found a way out through the phone and everything worked out and everything get done. In a kaleidoscope of facts, truth and chaff was the them of Hinduism, and no one wanted to take it, but there was an understanding that this topic should be revealed. I forced my mind to study Hinduism and found a lot of interesting things. How our time is described in detail, that food and water are poisoned, and so on, and you share it with other people. In one of the and also everything was described there, even about our consummary society. In one of the kaleidoscope of facts, I noticed that consciousness wants to appropriate everything to itself. Speech is mind. I made it. I found the information, and so on.
При составлении спичей в одном из калейдоскопе фактов заметила, что сознание хочет присвоить все к себе.
I also noticed in one of the projects that consciousness wants to take everything for himself, that I found a speech, I found information, I need to present it, and there is too much of ego in that. It's like this dog which running for the bone, and I decided for myself that I need to create a speech for another person, I need to help another person, and that's what I noticed when I was making a speech. Thoughts appear, oh, okay, if you don't write it to yourself, I don't need to work hard. But when you do exactly the opposite, when you make a decision to help another person, to give information, and to do it with the best approach, to do it with responsibility, to listen to the other guys, to help another person to reveal his inner potential, then you will start to feel very joyful feeling, because when we help each other, we become happier ourselves. Another point, what was interesting is that literally on each next kaleidoscope, I have a thought in my head that enough, I don't participate anymore. There is too much of your face, let other people to show themselves, there is too much of you, you don't have enough time, and there is so many thoughts for you not to participate. Consciousness wants to immobilize you so you wouldn't do anything, but the most important thing here, not to listen to it and do exactly the opposite, and to take part no matter what. And right now we are a friendly team, we preparing scripts for the videos, and we have calls every day, and you understand that you're waiting for the call as a joyful meeting with the close friends. And today each kaleidoscope of facts, for me, this is a huge educational holiday, and I would like to thank whole spiritual world, because each time in the kaleidoscope of facts you just feel this unification with everyone, this support. And of course this is huge gratitude for Allatra knowledge and for esteemed Igor Mikhailовich Danilov, for gratitude to Anastasia Novых. Thank you all, friends. I give the floor to Natalia. Thank you so much. Yes, Tatiana, thank you so much. You were talking about the huge inner work on yourself, and thanks to Allatra knowledge we can talk about that. And right now, dear friends, I will take you by hand and we will Together with you, we go to the location, we will look into the rooms. When exactly before the broadcast, speakers will go live. We will talk to designers and we will look into the computer of technical support and communicators. There are huge inner world of preparation and a kaleidoscope of facts preparation. So let's go!
Dear friends, let's talk about another side of being involved in the preparation and broadcasting of the Kaleidoscope of Facts episodes. I will never forget admiring the dedication and selflessness of our tech support from one of the participants from another continent, because there was a need to work with the tech support and the other guys almost all night long. In this case, we're talking about the Creative Society conference, but the essence is the same. In fact, in order for the broadcast to happen and for the meeting of friends to take place, it is necessary to solve many technical issues, up to providing backup technical solutions and to react to gifts of fate in time, those lemons which we successfully converted into lemonade.
В общем, лимоны, которые мы успешно переделываем в лимонад. Передаю слово
I pass the floor to our esteemed and beloved friend from technical support. Tell us a little bit about your experience, please.
Привет, друзья.
Hello, friends.
Меня зовут Анатолий.
My name is Anatoly. Today I'm going to share my experience of being part of the technical support team through live broadcasts of Kaleidoscope of Facts. I will not go into technical details, but just give a few inspiring examples. Most people think that in order to participate in the technical support team, you need to have some special skills, technical education, or buy a lot of expensive equipment. But that's not the case. The main thing, as they say, is to have a great desire, and the opportunities will come. When I first started learning tech support, I didn't have a proper computer, and one of the participants shared his personal laptop with me. At the time, we barely knew each other, but this gesture ignited in me a great desire to do something good for people, just as unselfishly. The guys helped me to get technical skills, starting with simple tasks and gradually mastering more complex ones. The number of participants in our team is constantly growing, as well as the quality of live broadcasts. The more experienced guys teach everyone who wants to. Each new participant brings new ideas that we simply didn't notice before, and it's these ideas that help us grow and convey the vital information to more people in higher quality and in almost any language. We also have regular calls with our whole friendly team, where we discuss how to make the broadcast even better. During such discussions, we come up with ideas that at first glance seem simply unrealistic to put into practice. However, there are guys who find a way to make these ideas a reality. This shows that together we can do anything, that nothing is impossible when one acts with good intentions to help people. It's worth noting that everyone who participates in the Kaleidoscope of Facts gives 100% of output. After all, the quality of live broadcasting depends on each person in our team, on how responsibly they approach their task. Precisely these hundreds of such responsible people working as one unit make these broadcasts possible. After all, there is not a single person whose role is unimportant or insignificant. If you just look at one broadcast of Kaleidoscope of Facts, it seems that it's impossible to do that. We all work together every month to prove otherwise. I'm also going to share a real story for those who want to learn how to provide tech support, but hesitates to get started. One of our participants was very eager to learn how to provide technical support on eve of the conference, because there were too many languages and not enough people to provide technical support for the broadcast. Even though she had never done anything like that before in her life, she still really wanted to help. She even bought a laptop for it. And when we started training, it seemed that we should drop this endeavor and participate in some other direction. At the end, we didn't have time to prepare for the conference, but the other guys trained and were able to technically provide broadcasts in all languages. A few months go by, a new conference and even more languages for interpreting. We're training again. This time it all worked out. 5 months later. After that, the person gets more and more involved in different projects, including Kaleidoscope of Facts. Now this participant already trains other guys in tech support and coordinates live broadcasts with language translations. When you see examples of such people, how great their desire to help people is, how they act no matter what, you just can't stand by idly. It inspires you to act even more, to do more good deeds for people and to bring it to the world, the knowledge that has been given to us. Thank you, friends. I give the floor to the next speaker.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья! Рада приветствовать
Greetings, dear friends. I'm happy to welcome you on my beloved week, and this is International Holiday for ALLATRA participants. This is International Solidarity Week, and thank you all so much for that. As a participant of the movement, participation in the Kaleidoscope Effect, this is a huge joy. This is inner growth and amazing interaction when everyone does everything possible to convey truth to people. My name is Liliana and I'm involved in technical support of Kaleidoscope Effects, and I honestly love that, and I'm looking forward to every stream. This is an opportunity to feel even more the spirit of unity and mutual assistance. I love this very much. Countdown, and when we start, when there is a first stinger, everything is just frozen inside, and when the host starts to present, the truth triumphs because people act. This is complete synchronization and powerful collective interaction. There are many facts and they are all diverse. The most interesting is that if you want to act, there are no obstacles, no matter which education you have, whether you experience interaction with computer, you are a human being and you are capable of everything. We have friendly technical support, and with a huge care and love, we will definitely help everyone, and we will conduct as many calls as needed. We will find the right solutions, and we will select necessary equipment and every kaleidoscope effect. This is indeed a wonderful opportunity. This is, you won't be ever get bored. You will always growth, and you will learn how to write scripts, and this is a growth inside team and growth inside of you. Only together we can conduct such incredible conferences every month, and here is no longer a question of choosing TV, because every person finds time, everyone helps with simultaneous interpreting. We make technical support in different platforms, Zoom, OBS, TeamSpeaks, and other technical words which you can learn if you join technical divas. And all these words will become familiar to you and will be your everyday tool. And which theme we will use today? How many speakers are there? Do we try the same location as usual, or do we do something new? Who can do backup and whom we can help? Which workshop we can conduct? Do we have outdoor shooting? How many translators we have? How many invited guests we have? If there will be...
Это наше уже привычное общение при подготовке к каждому калейдоскопу факта.
And every time we will find a team to participate in Kaleidoscope Effects. And I wanted to highlight that in March 13, 2025, there was a record for our team. We had 10 speakers in our location at the Kaleidoscope Effect Prospect of Civilization. And when you have all the speakers in one location, you need to make sure that no one will interfere with anyone, and this is we can do even much more as a project, and please join us. This is really interesting. Huge thanks to everyone, and especially huge thanks to Igor Mikhailovich and Anastasia Novik for the fact that we can find the truth and convey it to people.
What if our world isn't real? What if we all live in a hologram, an artificially created system? In other words, the Matrix. Looking at the evidence and scientific proof of this fact, many questions arise. What is the Matrix? Is our world an illusion? What is a human, consciousness, personality, and human soul? What does a person look like in other dimensions? What dimensions is the Matrix limited with? Who created the Matrix and who controls it? Who is a system architect? Why was the Matrix created and how to get out of it? What is reality? What is the meaning of human life? We invite you to explore these issues together. Independent research, facts, social experiments, all this and much more within the framework of the international research project Kaleidoscope of Facts. October 13th at 1600 GMT, Kaleidoscope of Facts on the Matrix from Illusion to Reality, organized by the participants of the Allatra from Spain and Latin America. Kaleidoscope of Facts on the Matrix from Illusion to Reality, organized by the...
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья. Для меня было огромной радостью принять участие в калейдоскопе фактов «Матрица от иллюзии к
Greetings, dear
реальности».
friends. It was a huge honor to me to take part in a kaleidoscope of facts, metrics from illusion to reality. And first of all, it was really interesting for me to know more about this topic, and it also answered many of my inner questions, and it needed a more detailed study. Thanks to the large number of participants who joined, we were able to break it down in some details.
Мы смогли собрать огромное количество
And we're able to gather so much of information. But the special role was about the experience of mutual assistance, because it was first experience of interaction with Spanish-speaking participants. What I can say, first of all, we didn't know the language. At first, it confused us a bit, and we understood that there are not many videos translated. Videos with Igor Mikhailovich and books of Anastasia Novых, not many of them translated to Spanish. And the question was open how we will interact in a team, because preparation by the organizers of Kaleidoscope, this is usually everyday calls, really long calls when you read scripts, and this is constant communication. But how we can communicate with those which language we don't know and we don't have, plus don't have enough of information? But we were really lucky, and translators joined us, and this is special thanks to the girls who sometimes by 6-10 hours were able to translate a call and help us to communicate with our friends. At first, we noticed how system tried to separate us. There were misunderstandings, and they arose because of lack of communication, lack of information. But when we have understanding of work on oneself, and you remove your ego and thoughts that you think you know more than others, or you can do more than others, and you start to do something for the common goal and do something for others, everything changes. And we are in our team just start to do everything with patience, and we start to do everything, all the organization for others. We started to write scripts together, to make constantly start to make joint calls. And we constantly start to do something for someone. And at some point, I noticed how everything changed. We found words. I noticed that we became friends, began to think about how to make it convenient for each other and for ourselves. It was funny to observe when you translate the message and send it to a person who is native speaker, and in our case it was Spanish, and you understand also carefully translated message, you receive it in your own language. And the most important was to communicate more, to remove this misunderstanding. And thanks to Kaleidoscope of Facts, we managed to translate new videos on Spanish language, and thus our Spanish participants also gained new experience, and they had an opportunity to deeply get familiar with videos with Игорь Михайлович and books by Anastasia Novых. We constantly had calls, worked on topics and write scripts, and in the first place it was not only to work on topics, but first of all it was work on oneself. But I was asking our organizers, we had several of organizers, and I was asking them what you would like to say when we were organizing the Kaleidoscope Effect. And our girls said that I don't know what to add from myself, because this was our teamwork. It was joint teamwork. Everyone put in just a little bit from themselves. And there was not one person, but we did everything together. And the topics were revealed not only about the matrix of illusion and of the illusion and reality, but also a way out from this system. And this is a practical experience that was obtained thanks to the ability to act together. That was a huge experience. Strengthening a common united team. When something new emerged from this, during this interaction and participation, something new and alive, it completely changed informational space, and these changes took place because everyone removed their own ego and brought the best for the benefit of others. Of course, in a result of joint work, we had really interesting and deep kaleidoscope effects, matrix from illusion to reality, which exactly showed this joint work. And we obtained new friends from Latin America, new friends with whom we later on conducted the next kaleidoscopes, and they showed themselves more actively and they became more independent. We continue to interact with our friends from different experiences, and this experience is incredible. And now, with a great joy, I pass the floor to one of the organizers of Kaleidoscope Effect, Matrix, from Illusion to Reality, to my friend Jim Quesada. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Tatiana.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. Thank you very much. Dear viewers, first of all, I would like to greet everyone and my experience about the Kaleidoscope of Facts Matrix, and to greet you on the occasion of Alatra Solidarity Week. For me, personally, it was a valuable and really new experience, because I was just beginning to partially assimilate and to know the Alatra knowledge. I had only been in the movement for a few months when we, Spanish-speaking participants, were offered to take over the preparation of the next Kaleidoscope of Facts. We had 2 months ahead of us, and I decided to put into practice what it was like not to listen to my consciousness, putting aside the fears and doubts that arose at the time, and to have this experience. The desire to become even more imbued with primordial knowledge also motivated me to make this decision. For the first time in my life, I worked with such a diverse team as far as nationalities are concerned. And this interaction taught me that the moment we have a common goal, all boundaries and any existing social differences disappear. Everything that we can imagine disappears. And our team was quite friendly. Most kept a good atmosphere. And most of all, I was surprised by the teams who, because of time difference, we met the down many times while we were on the job. They really worked non-stop, very committed and dedicated, and I learned a lot from them. I also saw the tremendous work that was done in addition to the coordinators. I mean designers, editors, speakers, translators, etc. Everyone in this big team putting their efforts, their energy and giving their time with one purpose only, to bring this information and knowledge literally to all corners of the world. I'm very proud of all of them, and I'm proud of myself because I've lived and live by the fact that there is a service, because it gives you inner strength, makes you happy, really happy, and it stays with you for a long time. It was also very interesting to watch how the project transformed as it developed. Eventually someone had the brilliant idea to focus the work on the Matrix team, and I thought that was great because it took our interest to a deeper level. The video with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and Allatra Books served as the basis for developing the team, which gave us direction in searching for scholars, articles, as well as history. And for me, this topic proved to be a landmark. At the end, I felt that we had reached our goal, and the information was conveyed accurately and clearly. I remember that the last week of preparation was quite intense. Lots of meetings. You could feel the flow of creative energy. It was exciting in a good way. And by the time the conference was over, we all felt a great joy. Really, the distance didn't exist in those moments. You could feel this happiness and this love on the other side of the screens. And I will always be grateful to everyone with whom we share this experience. And I also thank all the people who prepare Kaleidoscope of Facts month after month, because it's a huge and valuable work. I also want to thank to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov for his concern for the humanity, for his true love, and for all the knowledge he gives us. Thank you very much, friends. Let's watch the video.
Hello, dear friends. I want to share with you all my experience as one of the organizers of Kaleidoscope of Facts number 15, the Matrix from Illusion to Reality. In the very beginning, when Latin America was offered to become the organizer of the next Kaleidoscope, the first thing that came to my mind was, how can we organize a Kaleidoscope if we don't know how to do it? We have no experience. Who is going to be responsible and how someone can manage the whole process and organize everything? At that moment, my lack of knowledge about organizing the Kaleidoscope turned every idea of my friends into a problem, making such a storm in a glass, without even trying to do something, just criticizing everything in my head and telling myself that it is impossible. It will be a failure and it will be laughable for all participants from other countries. And I was in this cycle of suppressive thoughts for a couple of weeks, until one day I began to notice that there were already some active volunteers who began to take responsibility and believe that this project was accomplishable. Still doubting in my head, I offered to continue the project and to do whatever was necessary for the common good of the project. And gradually, I got involved in each activity and, without realizing myself, began to understand the whole process, what should be done, who were the most appropriate people to do a certain activity, and how to distribute my time so that I could participate in all activities, research topics, organizational calls, participation in working chats, and an endless number of coordination events. Having taken an active part, I began to realize that I was a part of the well-organized team. And not only did I organize the event with my Spanish-speaking friends, but I also worked together with participants from other countries such as Italy and lots of others, who provided us with technical support. In the beginning, there was a language and time barrier between different countries, which was easily overcome thanks to the good coordination. I was actively involved in coordinating the editing and dubbing of videos with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and videos or trailers that various speakers used in their speeches. In this activity, I worked in coordination with Ala, who, without knowledge of Spanish, helped us in editing videos, and I tried to make her work as easy as possible. I remember once when I was checking our chat, where we were sending text for voiceover and guys were doing their dubbing, I asked myself how she could understand it all without knowing Spanish. Then I started contacting her in a private chat and sending her text and relevant audio in a way that she understands. In addition, I participated as one of the presenters of the Kaleidoscope. We formed a working team of presenters where we organized everything related to the function of presenters. Held meetings, made decisions, agreed on what time each of us would speak, what speakers we should present, how we should present them, and what topics we should cover. I was also part of the topic research team. The topic I researched was about cyclicity. With time, we started having meetings with a well-organized team on research and creation of speeches, and this is where the hard work began. We had calls 2-3 times a week that lasted over 6-7 hours, where we had simultaneous interpreting into Spanish and other languages because there were participants from all over the world. Obviously, there are people with a lot of experience in this field who work side by side with you during the process, where you can ask them questions that come up and they will help you with everything you need. Now, friends, I'd like to tell you about the day of the Kaleidoscope. We had to check cameras, sound and location to make sure everything was perfect when we went on air. Thank you very much.
Hola a todos, gracias por la invitación. ¿Cómo se organizó el caleidoscopio de la Matrix?
Hello friends, thank you for invitation to the Kaleidoscope, to the stream. And
yo inmediatamente dije que sí, sin saber.
One of the meeting. So actually, I initially have no idea how to make the kaleidoscope effects, and however, my enthusiasm won out, and we started by putting together a team of administrators. And once Olga invited me to participate and prepare these kaleidoscope effects, and we just started meeting together, and we still thought like how we can organize it, how we can compile in topics, and meeting after meeting, we every day just in the row of 2 months before the conferences, we compile in topics. We were really tired as never before, and because like it was whenever before so many meetings at the same time. And the truth that I never actually unsure, because I was very unsure, because I didn't add anything about the technical part, how we would like broadcast the conference, whether the computer or other guys computers had this capability, and what we will do about languages, and how the translation in so many languages is done. Oh my god, how we gotten ourselves into this. And a month after we started the program and started researching, we had a meeting with organizers of previous kaleidoscopes of effects, and finally, like, there is a glimmer of hope, and with like under a cold shower, it was explained that the entire technical part was handled by the coordination center. Oh, what a relief! But we were offered to change the topic or to adapt it to the matrix team. I mean, practically start from all over again, but with a little concern, we accepted it, because they have more experience, but they're still excited, the guys, and I was actually about to leave the whole thing when suddenly Aina from Kazakhstan called me and offered her support, telling me not to worry, that we would do it together and everything would be fine. And after that call, everything changed for me. I put in more efforts, and with the help I found the strength to continue this project, which at first time seems very like a Titanic, very difficult, and with everyone's help we made it through. And on the day of conference we were very nervous and very unsure, but in the end we were pleased with all the efforts we have put in. And the great thing about the whole experience that thanks to the Matrix Kaleidoscope team, with team specialized in Kaleidoscope effect, we form a very strong bond, and we unite us in any project as brothers until this day. Thank you so much.
Hello friends, today I would like to tell you about my experience of participating in the Kaleidoscope effect. During this, it means you really need to control your consciousness. First of all, because month after month you have to do a lot of work to make and translate and conduct these conferences. I would know that the most important thing is to show your intention, your desire to participate in the project, to get involved in the search of information from reliable sources that helps to confirm the knowledge which we have from the books by Anastasia Novak and videos with Igor Mikhailovich. The second is to find the courage to read and research, to read out loud information that you found in front of people from other countries with other cultures and beliefs, to accept what needs to be added and what needs to be removed from your material. Then after writing this script, there are comments that needs to be considered so that the text can be understood by everyone. I would say that consciousness attacks most when you participate as a speaker, because although one has the desire to do so, the system attacks him and at the slightest opportunity. I vividly remember on the occasion, even though I had reviewed my speech and thought I had everything ready, it was time to go live, my computer just didn't work. I was nervous, and thoughts immediately started to overwhelm me. But we are never alone. At Allatra, we are all volunteers. We are a big family that always support each other. The guy who is in charge of streaming understood what happened, and they were able to quickly help me. I realized that despite the experience of physical boundaries, we are united by the great goal to bring the truth back to people. And that's why I love participating in the project, because we also always help each other and support each other. Sometimes I appear in front of the camera, but more often behind the camera, helping translate text, to prepare everything for the simultaneous interpreting. I also make voiceovers and dubbing for the videos in other languages into Spanish, and help as a moderator of comments on YouTube and TikTok platforms. And I firmly believe that all these situations help me in my inner growth and influence my spiritual development in a certain way. Thank you so much, friends. I really appreciate you all. Thank you.
child climbed on a child's chair, then on a windowsill, opened the window, and could not stand on his feet.
A 7-year-old girl was left home alone and for some reason climbed on a stool and slipped from there.
This morning, he fell out of the window of a high-rise building.
In Banda, a child fell out of the window of a high-rise building.
But there are those who fight for light against darkness, who stand behind people's backs, courageously protecting them from invisible evil, and serve only God, protecting those who do not even know about them. Their strength is colossal, but they are strong not in body, but in spirit.
But the difference is that Galliers give life back, while Kanduks take it away to themselves.
Outwardly, they are ordinary, common people. Inside, they are warriors strong in spirit. Galliers are warriors of light.
Gallier is the one who serves God. He is the warrior of light. He is sincerely and fully devoted to serving the spiritual world.
They have saved the lives of all humanity multiple times. This is true service to God, not in words, but in deeds. But Galliers do not influence your choice, because you make your own choices. Whom do you serve? Darkness or light? On November 13, Kaleidoscope of Facts, Galliers, Warriors of Light.
Greetings, dear participants and viewers of the broadcast about the project Kaleidoscope Effects. My name is Renat. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you here today and allow me to share my experience of participating in the 16th Kaleidoscope Effect, Galliers, Wearers of Light. Each episode of Kaleidoscope Effects is very enriching with new, very interesting, useful information for you as a personality. And the Kaleidoscope Effect, Galliers, Wearers of Light, I had an honor to speak about the sword of the Galliers and that inner Armageddon that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he overcame within himself. When I was preparing the information, there came a clear understanding that the Prophet, peace to him, just like all of us, had overcome to the same attacks from the animal mind system, the attacks on consciousness, just like all people. And yet consciousness was saying, yeah, well, they're prophets, and supposedly they were already given freedom from consciousness. But in the process of searching the information, I had so clear the fact that it's not true. A huge number of facts show that they were tempted by power, money, material desires, and they have honorably overcame all temptations within their minds in order to serve the spiritual world. They showed us an example of what a true human should be, what we can become. They showed us an example of honor, love, justice, and truth. They speak the truth, no matter what. But what would happen if they had been kept silent, listening to the consciousness, been ashamed, kept silent? What happened to all of us then? They spoke for the sake of all people to whom we gave the chance for spiritual liberation, the chance to return to paradise. Each Kaleidoscope Effect gives a wonderful sense of teamwork, responsibility in relation to oneself, when in a short time it's necessary to find and systematize a certain amount of information, forms the skill of setting tasks for the day that need to be done, and when it all happens, when a new Kaleidoscope Effect is born, one feels great joy and gratitude to the spiritual world for it internally. Thanks to Kaleidoscope Effects project for all that have done to me, for friends, for feeling of a team, for understanding, for the joy of development, for the opportunity to do something that will help other people to conquer their animal nature inside themselves. Thank you so much. Dmitry, I give you the floor. Thank you. Hello, dear friends. My name is Dmitry. I had an opportunity to participate in several kaleidoscope effects, and as an engineer, I was interested in the topic that I'll talk about, technical development and the physics of our wall structure. But most of all, I remember the joint work in preparing the material for the kaleidoscope effects, galleries, spheres of light. At first, I even doubted that I would succeed. But everything here was new for me, in particular the joint research and analysis of historical books and articles. The team found a lot of useful information. After that, then we made a comparison of facts and from different sources, verified them, and most importantly, we detected of attributes, feats, and exclusion of these fables. The task was very interesting and exciting. There was a desire to find as much truthful information as possible, and often had to consult with Irina, organizer of our blog, and not only her, and all call Zooms on topics were joyful that even the fatigue was not felt. The topic that we revealed about the service of Cossack characteristics, which was certainly unexpected and completely new for everyone. I'm really glad for the help of the whole team who proofread all the text and talk about places that were difficult to understand. This made our speeches very simple and understandable for everyone, and then it's even more interesting for your inner experience to be a speaker. Having retained the internal understanding of the analyzed information, you need to speak and convey it to the audience. It requires work on oneself, but it's so great to take this step and step over your fears. Then you realize that all those inner experiences were actually artificial. And next time, it's not scary at all. After all, the whole team cares about you. And friends, try to take part in the preparation of information for the kaleidoscope effects and in all speeches. This work is very positive and very interesting, especially when you work as a team. Thank you very much. I give the word further. Thank you. Thanks to all our speakers. Huge thanks to all of them. And we continue. Human has several types of information perception. Of course, the visual, in this regard, it prevails. Our eyesight. And therefore, the way the information will be given and presented differently affected the quality of its perception. Sometimes it's difficult to present complex information simply and clearly. But it is necessary for information to be perceived correctly and easily without distortion, because we all know what consciousness is capable of. If sometime has not seen an experiment of conveying information between people, visit our channel and look at very clear experiment which show the importance of joint participation of conveying knowledge. In the meantime, I pass the floor to our esteemed and beloved designers. Tell us about your experience, please.
Спасибо огромное.
Thank you so much. Yes, I would like to say hello from the entire design team. It's a very friendly team, which is every month from 9th to 12th of every month, we have a kind of big wave of activities. And for us, it's always a lot of interesting information. Sometimes there are very interesting tasks. Historical, knowledgeable. There is something ongoing inside that you don't understand what is that. And thank you that you highlighted, Roman, how do you perceive the information. And we was always trying to find out the way how and the information to our viewers. And because this is the research products, and together
and it's so great that we have such a huge team and we all do it together, and we do it. And sometimes it happens that one can create a picture, and then the translation is changed, or we need to change something, and that's great that we upload all our origins, and it's everyone can do these fixes. And I also would like to tell that sometimes we have very interesting tasks when you need to draw something without construction of a human, and you can find the pictures on the internet, but thanks to our participants, Latva movement, National Public Movement, we have a lot of such kind of animations, and we can do it, and we can convey to our audience what is the energetic construction of the human. And sometimes I have a very interesting case when we had this task we have these two ancient regions of in the brain, Agademon and Kakademon, and how they're connected with each other, and you can try to find about it. You try to find these pictures of brain, and sometimes it's really hard to understand that, like, how you can actually draw this triangle between them, because you listen the information of the book of Anastasia Novak, and you try to imagine how they can do it, because you're not biologist by your education. You try to do that, and it's very interesting and task though, and you discuss it with the speakers, and it's you just ask him or herself what is really what they want to convey. And sometimes we also have you take the pictures of the speakers, and you would like to make it in the one style, and because designer just make it in his own style. But when you see it, like, it's wow, how could it possible to find these ancient pictures, photos, and you understand that they just turn up your imagination upside down, because you didn't even know there's such kind of thing were in our history. And these moments you feel really gratitude to all this done work, and thanks to such kind of events you understand that your worldview is really changing and just becoming more. And when you already saw this presentation, and yeah, so you need to, like, sometimes you need some translation, and already don't take time, and it's very active chatting until the night, and you're very thankful when someone really have time to really to translate it, and you get this information, and you change the images for the because we are not the last part, last phase. We are just only one chain in our team. Natalia, thanks. Can I tell you that we would like to tell that you speak slowly? Translate want to translate everything. You're very inspiring speech, but can you please speak slowly? Yeah, okay. Thanks that you. Something I can then tell slowly. So yeah, we are designers. We are one of the chain in the one chain in the queue of all these technical and the designer team, and then we have other guys who really uploaded. The technical team uploaded to the BMX and then streamed it, and so everyone from the beginning to the end of information, what you see on the screen, there is really a huge number of people are doing that, designers, and very thankful. Thank you to really literally everyone who partake part of it. That's so designers and technical team and streamers and everyone, because thanks to participation of each of you, we people who live in our consumer society and our rush, when you don't have time to really sit and really understand what is going on with our history and so on, we can just open the Kaleidoscope Effects video, and we can really get a really huge number of information in a very compact, understandable way, systematized way. And really thank you all for your participation. It's really great. And thank to you, the world know the truth. And I now pass the word to Irina, that she left her feedback. She's also one part of our participants from Czechia. From Czechia.
Hi guys, it is my pleasure and joy to share with you how designers work on projects. We have a lot of projects, so there is enough work for everyone. And all designers can find something for them. There is a constant interaction between designers. We are constantly preparing something new, either kaleidoscope of facts or short trailers, or some other videos for social media, or the preparation for the forum. In other words, there is really enough work. It is very important that a picture, which later appears on ALLATRA TV or other channels, must catch a person. It must interest him. Therefore, we do our best so that viewers who see these videos and pictures firstly like them and provoke their interest. And further, after getting acquainted with the information which is shown, a person would understand how serious it is and how important it is. It really is very important. Thus, by all means, we are trying to reach people visually. Actually, it's a very creative process. And we will be happy and very pleased if new designers come to our teams who would like to try themselves on these platforms and would like to help us. Pictures for YouTube have their own peculiarities. Images for social media also have some nuances. But we do it all together by helping each other. And even if a designer is a beginner, he can ask someone more experienced. And both guys and the whole team are always happy to explain and help in this process. We have chats where more experienced designers are always in touch. They can give advice or guide a new designer on what to do and how to do it better. It's really a very inspiring process because I've never done anything more interesting. Although I've been designing all my life as it's my profession. But I've never had a more interesting project and more inspiring job. Because it's a really creative process and you can use all of your potential to do something inspiring for others. So all who would like to try themselves in this field, please come. We will be very happy. We will be pleased to share everything that we can and we will create together. We will try to awaken this world together. So have no doubts to come. Goodbye, everybody.
Добрый вечер, друзья. Спасибо, Ирочка.
Я и микрофончик. Да.
А я включила.
Please check the microphone.
My name is Darya. I will share my experience of participating in a Kaleidoscope of Facts project. Previously, like everyone else, I only enjoyed looking at Kaleidoscope of Facts, surprised by the unique information collected in them. Since I am in a design team, I take a part in creating pictures and design speeches in a Kaleidoscope of Facts. However, I still don't fully understand the hard work behind each speaker. One day I happened to be in tech support as a communicator. What we do as girls, we are like a connecting links in between designers, speakers, and translators. We help to collect the pictures, quotes, videos, and this is a new experience. And that we are doing that in order to make the speech most informative, most understandable. And we all do this as a team. And it gives a huge, great experience and a teamwork. It's like you are all together. You're supporting together each other, and it's not it's always the common goal. It's always the teamwork, not yours, and it always work on yourself and on your pride. So there is nothing yours but the common one. And it's very interesting. And then we shoot an interesting broadcast. And actually, everyone plays maximum efforts and maximum the forces in order to make it happen. And every time before the 13th, every month, I still participating in the process. And I want to say that all broadcast is filled with love that's spread into the world, and everything we've done, we are doing with love. And I want to express a high gratitude always that together we can do absolutely everything. Thank you, friends.
Magic in our lives, games of consciousness. Having originated billions of years ago, together with humanity, it is still one of the main aspects of human life. Many religions were formed on its basis. And even atheists are using it. Why is it attractive to people? Magic is a secret side of human life. By using it, people are dying, but still keep resorting to it. Even the fear of death does not stop a person from using it. What is the true essence of magic? How does the magic work? Where do the magicians get their power from? Magic as a trap for human attention. Magic from a scientific point of view. Consequences of magic for a human. What did the prophets say about magic? What Is any magician powerless against? How to protect yourself from magic? How do signs influence a human? The magic of blood and sacrifices. Watch this and much more on ALLATRA TV in Kaleidoscope of Facts, Magic in Our Life Games of Consciousness, December 13th at 4 p.m.
Greetings, dear friends. My name is Елена. In 2021, I was honored to participate in Kaleidoscope of Facts about magic. It was not easy experience, but it was really useful. I have never been organized before, and I didn't know how to do it. Of course, consciousness was in panic. It was screaming, "Why do you need this? Why did you get involved into all of this?" But inside there was a clear understanding that I want it and I can do it. The first thing I would point out is the unity in the team. Came an understanding of a real unity. There is one goal, and we all together work towards this goal. In the implementation of this goal, there is no yours or mine idea, there is all ours. When you all work together in family and support each other. Frankly speaking, it is impossible for one person to accomplish this amount of work. When we are together, everything is possible. When we are united, there is a moment of synchronization. So, for example, being in charge for the first segment, together with Olga, we had a moment where we couldn't have a call, and to understand what to do, there was simply not enough time. But it turned out later that all this time we acted simultaneously, distributing duties without agreeing on this. And the second point was the editing of video clips from the speeches from the Shadow Control project. We had a huge task to rewatch the clips from Shadow Control and choose the most relevant pieces which emphasized the knowledge. And this where interesting work on myself began. Consciousness didn't want to do this, didn't want to watch these videos. It was telling me that it's scary, unnecessary, and not interesting. That I would only get a lot of negativity, that I would only get and one perceive this information. But I didn't give up, and I didn't believe it. And when I completely removed all the judgment and set on the goal, everything went differently. It itself began to find necessary information, and the situation in practice showed how you should train your consciousness not to trust it and just do what is needed to be done. Also, participation in the Kaleidoscope of Fact had taught me responsibility. For the first time, I took responsibility for many directions at once. Of course, there were doubts and that I wouldn't be able to cope with it. However, when there is a desire, you will be given opportunities. Today, I express huge gratitude to the spiritual world for such a valuable experience. Gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich for knowledge, thanks to which it is possible to reveal myself as a personality in love. Each kaleidoscope, each topic, that's not just service to people, but a help from the spiritual world for us. In fact, when you dive into the topic, there comes more understanding. You begin to work on yourself, to discipline your consciousness, to learn new things, and truly discover yourself. Every person, every project, every opportunity to serve is a great benefit for me, and thank everyone so much.
Thank you, dear. Thank you, Lena. Greetings, dear friends. My name is Olga, and I will also share how the preparation for Kaleidoscope of Facts on magic was taking place. It also happened that the topics that we had originally planned in the reveal in Kaleidoscope were rewritten several times. And when we finally approved the topics that we would really explore in reveal, we had very little time to prepare, just over 3 weeks. And I remember thoughts in my head at the time that were screaming, in my head, we're not going to make it, we can't do anything, but they were very intrusive. But for myself, I just decided to roll up my sleeves and just do it. I would note that the unity and cohesiveness of the team helped us to get everything ready on time. We had such an intensity that in the last 2 weeks of preparation, we went to bed every day dawn, searching for information, writing speeches, and editing videos. And I remember an interesting situation that happened during one of our preparatory calls. Our Latin American friends were there too, and we were up until 5 or 6 in the morning. And usually when our Spanish speakers friends join the calls, we also do simultaneous translations so that everyone on a call would understand what we are talking about, what we are doing, and so on. The call dragged on until dawn, and we were losing our voices from the constant talking. Our friends decided to stay on the call despite the fact that there was no longer a translation. That's it. Being together gave us such an inner joy. The team was so friendly. It was a great joy for all of us to be doing the same thing. In spite of everything, the Spanish-speaking members were still it. And regardless of anything, yes, our Spanish-speaking members were still connected to the call for a long time. When we were editing videos for Kaleidoscope, when we got to the important points which had decided to cover, we started having problems with our equipment. The internet stopped, and the videos just couldn't be downloaded. For example, the internet stopped working, the video couldn't be downloaded to make further editing, or the video would take up to, instead of 3 to 5 minutes, it was like 5-7 hours. At that time, we were all at each other's service, and each did whatever he could, helping each other. We had also so much interesting material prepared in such short time that in the end we had cut it, and a lot of it did not make it into the final version of the Kaleidoscope. What was I would like to share Igor Mikhailovich's words, which deeply penetrated into my soul. In one of his videos, he gave an example about fish. Let me read what was written down about a fish in a river, and then some fish behaves like a sick one. It has no resistance. It flows adrift in a river, so where the water goes, that's where this fish goes. What will happen to it? And there are fish that swim against the current in spite of the force of the current. They swim against the current in clear waters. It is a healthy fish and it's strong, but it's free. It's able to swim in any direction it chooses. I'd like to recommend friends to be a healthy and a strong fish, to look Saturn in the eyes, and he gives you trouble to step over any obstacles. In spite of all the resistance of this river of life, swim against it, and then everything will be fine. Then you'll get where you want to go, if your goal is worthily, of course. Sorry. Guys, I just want to say a huge thank you to everyone for what we are doing. Thank you. Thank you so much. And now I'll pass the word to Marcela from Chile.
Greetings, dear friends. Unfortunately, Marcela was not able to join today. My name is Dilia. I'm a participant from ALLATRA IPM from Kazakhstan. Over the past year, I have gained the most valuable experience of participating in several episodes of Kaleidoscope of Facts, both as a speaker and as organizer. This experience has been a stepping stumbling stone for me in my inner and spiritual development, and I'm sincerely glad that I became a part of such an incredible, important international project which aims to bring the truth to all mankind, to restore the most valuable knowledge that has been brought for many centuries and allegedly destroyed by various destructive organizations. Thanks to the books by Anastasia Novak and the videos with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, we have an opportunity to get in touch and know more about this knowledge. Participants of the movement always collect the smallest evidence, carefully study scientific works through scientists, so that the truth could reach the viewer. Our participants find a lot of information and confirmation and conduct serious research, and all this is done in the free-form work time, sometimes sacrificing in 8 hours sleep and the rest time, meaning by the mean of average man. Because this exploration delight your spirit and fill you with light much more than the ordinary rest. Thanks to the experience of participating in Kaleidoscope of Facts, the last doubt from my mind were busted that building a creative society is reality. Watching the collective work of the participants of the Kaleidoscope of Fact project, I realized that neither distance nor language barriers, not the different zones, and especially cultures, is not an obstacle for uniting people if they have a high spiritual moral goal, and the warmth and care with which the more experienced participants are ready to share the skill and knowledge is undoubtedly striking for the first time, and then you yourself try with all your strength to share this experience with others. And whether or not your work is visible on the other side of the screen, you are overwhelmed with joy for the whole team, and words cannot express how love within you multiplies. Participating in the 70th episode of Kaleidoscope of Facts, Magic in our life, as an organizer, it was a milestone even for me, since in the recent past I owned a store of esoteric goods. Can you imagine? I made the decision to close the store, and I realized the destructiveness of magic, thanks to the videos, thanks to Allatra TV. I was really happy to participate in this project, and I wanted to share this information and awareness with everyone. And I hope that with this episode, we participants could shed light on such a dark side of human life. And I want to express my gratitude for the joint work and the gratitude to the spiritual world and the invaluable experience and support. We just need to put attention into the spiritual world. Thank you so much.
The universe, billions of galaxies. Each has hundreds of billions of stars. Have you ever wondered how it came to be? Is this an accident or someone's intention? The universe is constantly accelerating and expanding. What lies beyond it? What lies at the origin of all matter? And what did the ancients know about it? So much unexplored. The multiverse, black holes, dark energy, cyclical processes in the universe. How do they affect stars, planets, and every human life? Solar activity, protection or threat? The 10th planet of the solar system, paleocontact. What do we know about it? What will help us make an evolutionary leap as a civilization? The mission of a human being and humanity in the universe. The history of the universe is the history of each of us. Let's seek answers to these questions together. On January 13, in the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Human and the Universe. It's time to give the truth back to people.
Guten Tag, liebe Freunde.
Greetings, dear friends. I was a coordinator of Kaleidoscope of Facts, Human and the Universe. I was an organizer from Germany. Why this particular topic was chosen for the Kaleidoscope Effect becomes clear when you realize what this universe was created for and what the meaning of life is. This thread runs through the entire Kaleidoscope of Facts. The time has come for people to learn the truth and start thinking about it. People have forgotten that they are responsible for what they do in this world and what is the result after this life, what result they get. It is very important to know and understand what this material world is, all about how to act in this world in order to reach the most important goal: emerge with your soul and unification with the spiritual world, with God. I also have speech about the first 6 dimensions of material world and the location of a human being in these dimensions. This topic is important to me because a person has to know where he is and what he is. It helps a lot to understand the interconnections and to reach the goal. Thanks to my knowledge of Russian and German, I was not only able to help the German participants as a coordinator to contact the right people when they had questions, but I was also allowed to try myself as an interpreter during phone calls, Zoom calls, and it gave me a lot of understanding and respect for our dear interpreters. It is this understanding, respect, and the common goal of telling the truth to people that really helps us in group work, in friendly and respectful communication with each other, in preventing or resolving conflicts, and of course, the knowledge, Alatra knowledge, which helps us to choose love over ego. Thank you so much.
Hello, friends. My name is Lyubov. I took a part in the organization of the Kaleidoscope of Fact, Human and the Universe, and I will share my impressions. The first thing I'm grateful for in this experience is the opportunity to see all the stages of development of the project, from inception to the moment of broadcasting, because it is a very beautiful, fractal process. And I want to share it with you. First, the kaleidoscope then emerges. Then, in a small group of organizers, when no one else knows about it, calls began to take place, and the discussions begin about how does them may be revealed. Then a plan is formed, and the next stage takes place, and everyone who wants to explore the topic gets involved in finding information and forming speeches. At the end, we reconnect with the tech support team and broadcast the finished result to even more people on the Allatra TV platform. Isn't it beautiful? It is very inspiring to see how many cool things we get to do when we are together. When you see how the association works in practice and understand how valuable, unique, and important each person is. And also, organizing a kaleidoscope of facts is a responsibility and it's a hard work. Because Yeah, as many people say today, because the system does not sleep and actively tries to hinder the process. For example, in the beginning, it tries to set team members against each other. If it denounces some time in the team, it loses forces and retreats. I reveal another point which gave me a very valuable experience. At some point in the preparations for the kaleidoscope effects, panic suddenly began to set in and thoughts of like everything is lost, we will never make it. We called the team, discussed the working points, and I rebuked my consciousness that there were such thoughts. Of course, it turned out that I was not the only one who had them, but despite all this, the internal pressure was still there. Previously, in a situation like this, my consciousness had fooled me that it meant I had to suspend tumultuous activity for 3 days, as we know, right? Until I let go. Motivated by the fact that you are under pressure, unstable now, you can fight with someone, you just save people from yourself. But it was impossible to stop here. The process has to go on. It was a valuable revelation for me, which came not without the help of our good friend, that when you are under pressure and a huge pressure, this is not the reason to stop. When you're under pressure, there's no reason to stop being inadequate. Benevolent person. The practice has confirmed that is indeed true. Thank you.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья. Меня зовут Наталья.
Hello, dear friends. My name is Natalia. I'm an Allatra TV volunteer, and I'm member of a team of organizers of the Kaleidoscope Effect, the Human in the Universe. First, I was watching as everyone Kaleidoscope Effect, and then I joined preparation and organization. At first, it was not clear for me how to get the material, and at first, I had probably when you get the information and then it's not being used, you have offense. And with time you understand that all this searching leads to amazing discoveries and understand it, first of all, for yourself. I was also scared in the beginning when I joined editing team. My consciousness was really switching and wanted to hide. When I was asked to join the organizing team, I didn't want to be responsible for the preparing the whole kaleidoscope, and I was afraid that I wouldn't make it, that I didn't have time at all. Then it became clear that we are a team, and if you suddenly have something that doesn't work, there are people who will also help in a difficult minute and help you to manage everything, and this is really wonderful and easy to work this way. As usual, in a new team, there is a very strong connections. You have new friends from all over the world, and this is very inspiring and unifying. During the preparation for this kaleidoscope, we met many new interesting scientists and their works. This allowed us to understand better the processes taking place in the universe and to combine the pre-modern knowledge gained from the books by Anastasia Novych and videos by Igor Mikhailovich Danilov with cutting-edge scientific advances. This is actually very interesting, and I had a desire to share these understandings with people around me. Very interesting experience was due to the fact that the work of organizing kaleidoscope takes a lot of time. There was some tension of the system. However, it was my own fault because I began to devote less time to practices because of workload and projects. As soon as I sat down to the practice, the consciousness immediately began to pinch me with such thoughts. You sit here, waste your time, go better do something for the project, read, watch, etc. That is, there is no use to sit on the rock and meditate. go better pluck grass. That was the hardest thing to overcome. To overcome this barrier from consciousness. And immediately the system started to attack. Let's not go into the details, like everyone else has a problem. And in the last video, Igor Mikhailovich exactly was talking about such cases. This is exactly what I experienced myself. That is why I gotta say that in any case you should never lower the shield that was given us by the spiritual world, and no matter what, you must strive firmly to reach your goal. And participation of projects like Kaleidoscope is this wonderful experience of working on yourself. Thanks. Huge gratitude to the spiritual world that I had such an opportunity to participate in the project. And give the floor Benjamin, who sent us a video feedback.
Greetings, friends. For me, joint preparation of release is something indescribable. It is not only the experience I get from working on myself, but also the value of bringing participants together as a team, where everyone functions as a part of the whole, as equals. There is a practical experience here of how wonderful and above all how effective it is to work together as a group when everyone's attention is focused on one topic. And at the same time we explore and learn knowledge and a topic we are dealing with. Here I would like to talk about the value of Allatra knowledge. We don't only work through this knowledge in Kaleidoscope of Facts, we really get to the bottom of it. We also look for it in the media, in research, in articles, compare and gain complex knowledge and understanding of the subject area which is being researched. Another huge advantage is that thanks to the interviews, we come into contact with researchers and scientists, exchange ideas with them, and of course have the opportunity to share this very valuable knowledge with them. But perhaps the most important thing for me as personality is to work on myself. Thanks to cooperation with the whole group, whether it is in preparation for Kaleidoscope of Facts or forum, you create certain situations in which you can really recognize the animal nature in yourself. Observe its patterns and attacks of the system and really get a great chance to work on yourself. What do I see in myself, for example, because of this group work? Because of this, there was a lot of anger in me. Of course, there are fears, especially when we are starting working through the topic together with the group, and I took over. Almost immediately the ego in me became so strong that I felt that I really need to work on it, to recognize these ego patterns. However, I didn't realize this until later. Consciousness repeatedly said, "Leave everything, it's holding you back from the spiritual path, you just want to be better and get attention. That's the only reason you take more responsibility in the first place." And I really wanted to leave everything, but as is so often the case, consciousness lies all the time and you should never listen to it. The experience of large international team, as here in a German team, is simply so profound and valuable that I cannot describe it in words. It became clear to me that it doesn't matter who coordinates, who takes more responsibility, who has more information, or who is on the move longer. The point is that consciousness is always trying to separate us from each other and make one stronger. Or L is in each of us, as Igor Mikhailovich always says. Understanding that we are all part of a whole, that each person is the cog that effectively holds the whole group together. And only together we can really achieve absolutely anything. Because what works on a small scale works on a large scale. I thank God and the spiritual world for this precious opportunity. Thank Igor Mikhailovich Danilov for the knowledge he shares with us. And of course, thank all our participants for being so active, supporting each other and growing together. Thank you. It's wonderful to be part of the family.
Thanks. Many thanks to all our speakers. Very inspiring stories. And we continue further. And now I suggest to pay attention to the comment that we have found that the viewers are left who are watching our broadcasts, Kaleidoscope of Facts, and some of them would like to present right now in our review of our Kaleidoscope Fact, what people usually pay attention to, and it's very happy. It's a great joy that we really are successful in convey this information, make it really understandable to people. And for example, under the Kaleidoscope number 14, an advertisement, some people note that really we don't even know how often and we are being manipulated by someone. And without our human attention, the information is just like only a data set, and only our attention gives life. And advertisement is so really such an old ancient disease. So so priests use this knowledge, and the people use small literacy of the people and make profit on it, and that's why it's very important to be in the outside world and society. And I just remember the citation from the Anastasia Novak book that you cannot actually understand everything. You cannot. It's impossible to know everything, but you need to strive for this. And just in case, here's also examples about, and this example about priests. This is very clear and very indicative and important. So one need to really have this protection from the advertisement. Yeah, so the 12th edition of Kaleidoscope of Facts Matrix was this slide that we usually leave, all these thoughts that we have, or that we body, primary, secondary consciousness, and everything about it. And it's really just everything just in front of our eyes. One of the commentators remembered that one of the speakers, Raoul, spoke about this feeling of unreality of our world, and just added his own experience when he had a déjà vu experience, and he also wrote that usually he have this experience more and more often, and consciousness in its own essence, it's you can really naturally see it, observe it, and it's really wonderful that when people see their consciousness. And at the start of this spiritual path, and that the consciousness should really should serve the personality, and one really need to take the profit of the beast inside ourselves and succeed in this. Then we move to the Kaleidoscope number 16, Layers, Areas of Light, and it's really wonderful when you realize that there are many good people around you, and it's that the darkness cannot come closer to the light. And there are also nice experiment that it's doing evil. It's much more harder than doing good things. It's really true, and one really need to really like do all this difficult and painful path by doing evil, and it's really a very wonderful feeling inside when you do good things. So you, another commentator said that you need to really live and feel the conscious inside, and then, but you need really to think about it and understand it. And another comment that one really needs to do good thinking, because when you pay attention in the good things, you understand how it works, how to serve, and knowledge saves a person from making evil. Kaleidoscope number 17 was related to the magic and games of consciousness, and there is one comment. Yes, personal is human is dual, and human has a choice, but like a knowledge is actually have increase in fear, and I really like this program, and I want to see more programs like this, because this really is something very valuable. Because how banal it is, but it's very important, and the truth should really be near us and in our normal life. And another commentator thanks us that there are really a lot of topics, and it was very helpful from excerpt for Shadow Control Project broadcast, and after all, magicians themselves told that agony they went through to start their way in magic, and how many relatives, close ones, they lost, or for example, they live in fear, and they have pressure on them. They would like not to do it, but there's really pressure. And another comment that magic destructively affects not only the magician and the client, but extends to the entire environment of a person who turned into the magician. Just imagine what damage the person does when he choosing magic for solving the problem of life. And by the way, people also in the comments shared the examples from life. And these kaleidoscope of facts, as in my understanding, they just show some really unspoken problems in our society, because not many people talk about it. But consciousness always pushes to some minute decisions or simple solutions. And another comment from this kaleidoscope, that when really thanks to the knowledge, my understanding of the magic has expanded, and I usually used to think that it was witches, curses, spoilers, but now I understand that everything is much wider. Even a seemingly harmless conversation in my head with someone, a desire to prove something and to convince him or her that I'm right is also magic. And this understanding, they came greater with greater responsibility. And another kaleidoscope effect, number 18, a human in the universe. So really a lot of people notice that they said that it's really very interesting. A lot of facts that all of them were around human and his place in the universe. And so but it's invisible thing that's really was surrounded around human, and huge thanks to everyone who created these kaleidoscope effects. And there are a lot of thanks to the information about creative society, and we are feeling that in our consumer format of society we need to really need to unite to fight with the climate and be united. And it's also great that more and more scientists are coming to the conclusion that matter is based on information, and this will open up enormous possibilities for humanity. Yeah. So also, like, many people noticed about scientists, and there were also now another one that the science should deserve to humanity, not the like a philosophy. The scientist should not only like to philosophize about something, and that the scientists from different countries openly talk, and they together can really this project is of practical importance, and it's huge help to all scientists to find a way out of the crisis that threatens humanity. The next kaleidoscope fact, number 19, mystery of a human. Who am I? Also, a lot of people think about it, and thank you. And they also notice that it's also important to know who am I in order to return home. And also comment that personality is a part of the Holy Spirit in the human, and we can now see ourselves as a person in the mirror, and we can feel ourselves. Thank you, friends. Everyone on earth needs to know this information. Thank you, all participants. Support the Creative Society. And one really need to support each other. Another commenter noticed a speech, so part of Amanashvili's speech about happiness, and experiments, observation of psychologists show that it is an internal state that such people are more grateful, like to do spontaneous good deeds, be optimistic in life. That was cool. Yeah, yeah, it's a great joy to see all these comments, to see this feedback from our viewers. It's really wonderful. Really wonderful. Now I suggest to continue to our next trailer of the kaleidoscope number 19 about mystery of a human. That's it.
Who am I? Is the question that every person on the planet has asked oneself. But throughout history, only a few people succeeded to find the answer. It is time to collect all the available knowledge of humankind and to jointly find answers to these vital questions. The wave nature of the body, human energy structure, life prolongation beyond the species limit, scientific facts and discoveries, constant presence of thoughts, emotions and worries. Where do they come from? Human consciousness is an aggressive field structure. The project Artificial Consciousness Jackie, shocking facts and conclusions. The dual human nature, joy, love, happiness. Can a soul suffer or be sick? Deep inner feelings as a language of communication with the spiritual world, eternal youth and the elixir of immortality, truth or fiction? Digital immortality, what do scientists say? What is true immortality? What is the essence of true happiness? And how to become its source? Can happiness be eternal? What is destiny, and is it possible to change it? What do people not see? Time and attention are the most valuable resources. Personality's choice and its consequences. The value of collective attention. It is time to bring the truth back to people. Initiated by the participants of Alatra IPM from Azerbaijan, Italy and Uzbekistan.
Hello, my name is Nargis. The Kaleidoscope of Fact conferences organized by volunteers from around the world are some of my favorite programs. I think it's a great opportunity to share with people the knowledge that people have gained on their own, the knowledge that has not only helped them but has dramatically changed the redirection of their lives and changed their meaning. Thanks to these conferences, I'm convinced every time in my own experience what miracle happens to a person when he listens to the transmissions of knowledge by a team of conference speakers, because this knowledge, they in turn have passed this knowledge through themselves, realize it, found sources of information and fact, analyze it, and after discussion, it is all together, try to present it in a most understandable way, most simple and understandable way for people. The effect of all of this is that one of the given experience of being aware of this knowledge by others, he feels it and it becomes this experience becomes his own, and I call it real miracle. And it was a great pleasure and honor for me to be a part of the team from Azerbaijan in organizing the 19th edition of Kaleidoscope of Fact, the Mystery of Man, Who Am I, dedicated to the study of the energy structure of man, true purpose of his life. A big thanks to the guys for their trust. With this knowledge about the self completely changed the vector of the development of my life, because the true knowledge about the self step towards of rethinking of all life. Also for me it was a very fruitful experience as from one hand an opportunity of even more in-depth study of primordial knowledge, on the other hand experience of participation in this program and friendly team with people from all over the world. One of the main tasks of this project is the simplest and most accessible way to convey the primordial knowledge transmitted in the books by Anastasia Novak and broadcast with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. And to confirm this knowledge with the facts is existing today. And therefore, the first part of the preparation of the conference was connected to the analysis and processing of the material which we had and which was carefully studied for conformity to a conference subject. The second part was directly on the basis of this material to write the speeches themselves. And it was a pleasure to see how quickly and easy the experienced participants coped with this work, and at the same time helped the new participants from different countries. Such a friendly atmosphere and the teamwork. I really hope that our goal was achieved. And once again, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the participants who, with their great and painstaking work, they helped to make these beautiful shows happen. And of course, I would like to wish you success in making as many editions of these conferences as possible. And thank you very much, friends. Thank you for the knowledge, Igor Mikhailovich. Thank you for the knowledge that was transmitted in the books. Thank you.
Dear friends, it's great to see everyone here today. And as the 20th edition of Kaleidoscope of Facts will be on the air in just 11 days, I'm filled with joy and gratitude to all the guys who have taken part and continue to participate in the project, finding answers to questions that are important to every person and sharing them with the whole world. And I will tell honestly that in the beginning, there was no understanding of how important this project is. And not only from the perspective of the information which we could find and structure based on the primordial knowledge, but also in regards to the work on ourselves when we were feeling the resistance of the consciousness during the preparation. And when you start to understand what is happening and why, it becomes easier to recognize such moments and move in the direction that you need and not pay attention to the attempts of consciousness to sabotage the whole process. So it is so great to see the quality of technical solutions and simultaneous interpretation and the speaker's confidence grow with each event. And then to see how all these skills are applied during our most massive conferences and the upcoming forum in May. And tremendous gratitude to all the guys who are also today making it possible to see and hear our inspiring meetings in different languages and on different channels. Thank you guys so much, and I pass the word to Andrea.
Every person sooner or later thinks about the future of his life. That is why the question of its prolongation has been of interest for people at all times. And there was always those who were looking for the elixir of immortality and studied the possibility of prolongation of human life beyond the species limit. There are many mentors on this in history. And what technologies and developments exist today? What are modern scientists working on? Where do you think the human desire for immortality comes from? Who is man and obtain immortality? On March 13, 2022, scientists, professionals, doctors, experts, researchers will participate in the international research project Kaleidoscope of Facts.
Бессмертие в теле – это передовые технологии будущего? Нет, это забытые технологии прошлого, о которых тебе никто не расскажет. Это тайна, о которой предпочитают молчать. Почему человечество утратило эти знания? 12 тысяч лет назад люди жили по 1000 лет и не старели. Что лежит в основе пролонгирования жизни за видовой предел? Что известно современной науке об эликсире бессмертия? Почему в потребительском обществе эти знания опасно использовать? Что в человеке может обрести бессмертие и в какой форме? Какое отношение к вечной жизни имеет душа? Бессмертие в теле или вечная жизнь? В чем разница? Что выберешь ты? Смотрите 13 марта на АЛЛАТРА ТВ. Калейдоскоп фактов. Бессмертие в теле или жизнь вечная. Пришло время вернуть правду людям. Инициировано участниками МОД АЛЛАТРА из...
Такой чудесный день.
Such a wonderful day. Today we have a holiday of Kaleidoscope of Facts project. We can say that Kaleidoscope Effect project, this is what unites people. Truth is valuable to people all over the world. The power of spirit unites into oneness. This is exactly what we felt and heard from all the participants of the Kaleidoscope Effect. It unites us. And unity multiplies this power. An overall result depends on efforts of each person and efforts of each person from changing their inner frequency. Unification works as long as each person in the group, as we heard today, is individual and free in his or her choice. And the diversity of each participant. Let's walk with our friends, how they are all amazing and different. This is a huge joy that we are all together, and I'm so grateful to every participant the fact that you exist, and all those who were speakers today, and all those who in technical support, and the designers team, and general, all those who are behind the scenes. This is a huge experience of skills, knowledge, and wisdom, intellect. Somewhere this is intuition, and this is so valuable resource for whole movement, Allatra movement. And this is exactly why such kaleidoscope effects exactly takes place on Allatra TV. This is so important that people treat each other as a human being, as a like-minded person, as a friend. There are no leaders and authorities and hierarchy, nor power. And you feel yourself free, and you feel that you don't need this. When people on the same unified wave, it is really easy to be in a state of feelings, and it multiplies. And it doesn't matter how far away people from each other. This is what we are being confirmed every time when we participate in preparation of kaleidoscope effects. This is more important for a person to be closer to God, and then people will get closer to each other. And deep feelings refer to the unique perception of human. And kaleidoscope effect itself, this is a way to achieve these feelings, and this is what people share about, why this is so important. In the project itself, there is a possibility to possess this creative power, which gives freedom to personality from animal mind, because spiritual world is with us. And we address to videos with esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, with Shana and Tatiana, to Allatra knowledge and whole spiritual world. This is multitude in unity and unity in multitude. This is all fractal, and as Lyubov was sharing with us today, in our world, in our behavior and disclosure of our common potential. Thanks to each of you, because just for the fact that you exist, and huge gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich from the bottom of my heart for the fact that you convey us knowledge, for the fact that we have these videos. Huge gratitude to Tatiana and Zhana for the fact that you also share your knowledge, and huge gratitude that we have Allatra with us. Huge thanks to everyone.
Thank you, Natalia. I really would like to add a few words in the end. And friends, today you heard what our participants told about their experience in preparation and going live, go on air. The many episodes of Kaleidoscope Effects, many interesting stories, and really unique impression and experience, including experience of spiritual growth, because after all, you really need to overcome consciousness, to squeeze out the lazy person inside you, to really need to step over yourself. And everyone, just ordinary person, just you and me, the more we are, then easier for everyone. together we can really do a lot. So join us, and yeah, we really can do a lot together, achieve a lot of, really grow in harmony and love. When people really unite on the spiritual basis, there is a really incredible jump, leap, transition happens, and when each person not only remains, and the person really becomes himself greater, and then our common potential grows. And as repeated esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov said, guys, let's love each other. Thank you so much.